Hey, what's up, everybody? It is RambleCast time. This is September 8th. We're going a day late. A day later than usual because, well, Apple did a thing. They took up yesterday.
Yes, and I was very tired yesterday. And I'm still kind of tired today, and I have a headache, but we're just gonna power through it. Cody's done several multi-hour Tech Tales recordings in the past month, and I should pay that back, I guess.
You guess?
Yeah.
Hey, I'll take it. It's better than nothing. So, let's see. As a quick acknowledgement, because it feels like it has to be acknowledged. The Queen of England has passed. I'm not going to make any jokes about it. Pretty much that. So.
Okay.
I don't know if you have any thoughts or feelings. Feel free to share.
I don't think I should. That might break terms of service.
Okay, there we go. So, moving on to things that formerly would have broken terms of service on Twitch. Let's talk about Apple on one of my shows.
Incredible segue.
I liked it. Because, never forget.
Yeah.
Hashtag never forget Twitch sucks. So
yeah, we got a lot of stuff on Wednesday. Not everything that was rumored. Like I know, like Mark Gurman and Bloomberg has said a couple times, like Apple's working on just a lot of stuff right now, and it wasn't clear what they were gonna hold back for future events. Like we're still waiting on, probably before the end of the year, we'll probably get new iPads, like at new base iPads at least. I think I saw something about a Pro, I'm not sure, but definitely new base iPads. There's supposed to be a new HomePod at some point that's like a normal HomePod, not a mini, and maybe more like M2 Max. So there's still a lot in the pipeline, and it wasn't entirely clear what they were going to talk about this week. But they talked about a lot. There was a lot packed into that hour and a half or so.
Yeah, this was, I mean, it wasn't the most interesting announcements. In fact, I think the universal opinion has been, wow, this is possibly the least interesting series of announcements Apple has done in a long time. But they did cover a lot of territory. I mean, it was a lot of different things that they covered, or basically announced as new products yesterday.
I don't know. I mean, like, I guess the products themselves weren't super crazy, but there were a few pieces of each that were like, oh, I didn't expect that. Like, I don't know. Like, it wasn't like, oh, we've got a new, like, M3 Mac or something, but like, there were little bits where I was watching the stream in between, like, frantically writing articles. I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. But yeah, so where do you want to start? Want to start with do Apple Watch, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, I'm good with Apple Watch. Let's see.
Okay.
I'm just trying to organize tabs here,
Well,
which I don't have everything open anyway.
I can send you the how-to key. Just slide that in.
It's creepy the way you said it, but sure, you can slide some how-to geek links into my DMs.
Sliding into Cody's DMs with the employer self-promotion. So, Apple announced 3 new watches. There's a lot of watches.
You're just sending me the news link? I thought you were going to send specifics.
Well, I mean, you scroll down a little bit and they're all there. Just scroll a little bit, yeah.
Slacker.
Yeah. Don't say that like I just sent you the front page of The Verge. We don't post like 50 news things a day.
If you could, you would.
Look, I'm not giving Errol the whip yet, but I'm not ruling it out. So, anyway, there were 3 new Apple Watches. There is a new Apple Watch SE, which is their new, like, really cheap one. It is $279, which is a little bit cheaper than. I'm sorry, it's $249. The previous version was $279, so price actually went down. Not a lot of things are dropping in price this year, so that's interesting. And it's the no frills watch. It's just like, you want an Apple Watch, you need it to like monitor your steps and do all the like car crash detection stuff that Apple hyped up.
Is that actually in the SE?
Yes.
Okay.
I think it might not be like as accurate, but it is in there. I don't know if it has all of the sensors that the normal watch uses for that. I know like Apple was like listing off that they use like every single component of the Apple Watch basically to do that, like even like barometer and stuff. I'm like, okay, sure, it's there.
Yeah, that's fine. It makes sense. May as well brag about what you've got in there, since it's actual like hardware and features as opposed to something you made up.
Yeah, and Carson brought up, I wonder if the Pixel Watch will be cheaper than the Apple Watch SE. I mean, I would hope so, because like, I don't know, anything over 200 still feels like a lot for a smartwatch to me. Like I'm still in the mode of like the earlier like Android Wear watches that were all like 200 was kind of the max. There weren't a whole lot going beyond that. But
I hit a hard time with that one. And I was going to hit this after we went through some of the watch news first, but yeah, when it comes to pricing, I kind of run this feeling where, first off, I think the Pixel Watch is going to be treated as a premium product. So for that reason alone, I'm just expecting it to be more. I'm also kind of expecting it to be a little bit more because I think they're gonna try to push like a semi-premium band, which, let's be honest, is probably not gonna actually be that great, but whatever. I think they're going to probably try to push, these are features that are unique to the Pixel Watch that even our partners don't get. And those are probably going to be treated as, I don't want to say premium things, but specialty. It all just leads me to think that they're probably going to go, not like outrageous pricing, I just think it's going to be more. So I'm kind of anticipating probably 300
for the base Pixel Watch.
Well, 250 for base, I guess, but I wouldn't be surprised if I saw 300. Which, I mean, that's matching the Apple Watch SE. So,
yeah, I don't know. This is kind of a tricky thing where obviously the Pixel, let me rephrase. I'm not going to say obviously. I would hope that the Pixel Watch is going to be better than really any other Wear OS watch.
Setting low standards there.
But like even at that, it still has a pretty long way to go compared to the Apple Watch. Like we don't know what kind of health sensors it's gonna have. It won't have, Wear OS is still kind of struggling with anything that isn't. I don't know. Like there's not a lot of movement around Wear OS 3 still. Like there's no. I don't know how to put this. Like obviously the update is Google's version of the update is going to come out, but we got Wear OS 3 technically a year ago, and the situation around Wear OS hasn't really changed.
Well, seeing as Wear OS 3 was hyped, even by Google, to be a big deal, and what has come out so far leads you to ask, is this really like a major update, or is this like the third dot update? It feels like a bug fix, barely, from what I've seen of it.
And it's like maybe even getting worse because there isn't a single Wear OS 3 watch yet that works with iPhone. I know like they didn't like really work with iPhone already. Well, it did a little bit, but
well, the issue there is Samsung's the only one who's pushed Wear OS 3, right?
No, even there's
who is the other now?
There's one or two stock Wear OS 3 watches out now.
Okay.
None of them work with iPhone, as far as I know.
All right, that's fair.
So,
but yeah, prior to that, it being Samsung only, Samsung's watches already were incompatible with iPhones, so that technically could have been a company specific thing. But okay, if others are not matching it yet either. To be fair, I'm still skeptical that there were that many people buying Android Wear and using them with iPhones.
I would say
I know it was a thing, and they claimed up and down that was a big thing. I don't buy it.
I would buy it with Fossil. I could see them selling a lot of watches to people with iPhones. I don't really else doing that. Like the fashion-esque brands, I could see them potentially having a lot of iPhone customers. But I don't think a lot of people are buying like Mobvoi tick watches to use with an iPhone.
Yeah.
It's not really that market.
And yeah, you bring that up, and you're right. I would agree, the fashion brands, and Fossil even seems kind of on the not quite enough of that end of it. I'm picturing like Tag Heuer and Rolex hasn't done one yet, have they? But I'm sure they will eventually. Anyway, yeah, I'm imagining those companies wanting to get in on that market, and I'm sure Google will eventually support it. Just maybe not in the quote unquote early days, if you can still call a year later early days. But hey, whatever.
Yeah, and like Apple opened the event on Wednesday with like 5 minutes of people explaining how they didn't die because of their Apple Watch. And I don't like, is Google doing any of that, or I don't know.
Well, like I made fun of this during the event, or I think it was during the event. They did a lot of like, we're gonna try to scare you into wanting our products.
I agree. There was that element of like, buy the Apple Watch or you'll die in a horrific accident.
Yeah, and buy the new
Like-
iPhones so that if
like
you
Tim
are
Cook's-
in a horrific accident that puts you in the middle of nowhere, you can still communicate out. And while you're at it, buy the new AirPods Pros so that if, I don't know, terrible things are happening around you, you can call out and people can hear you and
If
understand
someone is
you.
being murdered on the street next to you, you can completely ignore it.
Yes. Like everything yesterday just had a weird note of, oh my god, the sky is falling, but if you get our products, it might miss you.
Yeah. And it is also very funny of, I don't know, there was an element to it all where I was like, this all sounds very silly in the context of Apple trying to push all of its employees back to an office. It's like, guys, remember how much you can die in car accidents?
You can have that
Like-
same experience in our office.
Yeah. The Apple Watch has saved all the lives of all of our employees who died on the freeway getting to our giant, obnoxious, donut-shaped office.
Oh. Corbin coming in hot with that one.
That's the tagline.
Yeah. No, they definitely pushed some weird buttons during the event.
I definitely didn't like that. It did get a little bit weird, but it did kind of emphasize how, I don't know, like it's hard for me to make this into a coherent statement, but there's like a continuing focus and increase on like the health stuff and the sensor stuff that I don't really see from Google. Like Google Fit has been pretty non-moving for a while. And like, I'm not saying that to be like everything has to change all the time or it's ruined, but there's just not a lot. Like I see people complaining about Google Fit all the time, and the only really positive improvement I've seen from them in a while is that they're integrating the back end for like Samsung's health stuff and Google's health stuff, so you can just use whichever app you want for displaying all that information, which would have been great for me like a year ago when I was constantly swapping between like, or when I was using like 2 different Samsung bands for tracking steps, but I still wanted all the data in Google Fit so I could get my points in Pokemon Go. That would have been nice to have.
Man, there's so many directions I want to go with that. Really quick, before I do, giving Austin's point a lot of credit here. Seeing as Fitbit's hardware, their higher end or highest end Fitbit is $299, I tend to agree. I think $299 actually may have to be the minimum for the Pixel Watch, because it's hard to imagine the premium watch. Like I said, I think they're going to go premium with that. It's hard to imagine the premium watch coming in for less than a Fitbit health band. Which, yes, their highest end version is a smartwatch, but I mean, that's.
Yeah, I guess it would depend on if the Pixel Watch has all of the sensors of the Fitbit, which like I would assume it does, but like there's still kind of two separate worlds. I don't know.
Part of me wants to agree. Another part of me is like, it doesn't depend on that at all. Prices have so little relationship to what's in the
true.
hardware. So yeah, I have my doubts. Like, you can definitely have fitness focused products that are extremely expensive. Just look at some of Garmin's old stuff. So I can 100% see how that could be an issue. Oh, and I just realized I totally forgot to spam the RambleCast channel with the link too. I'll do that as I talk. But yeah, I just cannot shake the feeling that they're gonna go with something kind of more expensive than anybody wants to spend, but I think a lot of people still buy. And just from that pricing aspect, I think a lot of it's also just going to come down to, what do we think people will spend at a large enough number to make this watch not a total loss? And I think the number of people, or rather the number of units that they expect to move, probably is not going to change between, say, 250, 300, and 350, maybe higher. If they don't expect that number to go down very much, they're probably just going to charge the higher end of it. So yeah, I don't want to spend more on it. I just think that's what's going to end up happening. Okay, anyway, as far as features go, I actually said something which I think may turn into an AP editorial. Probably not for me, but one of the problems we have is no one is sitting down making a watch that is making an Android Wear watch that seems like it's actually designed for somebody. Like, one of the things Apple did, they showed a video yesterday that was it was showing swimmers. It was showing the mountain climber. It showed an assortment of other people and the elements that the watch can go through. And it was highlighting a lot of scenarios where it is a product that you can just tell. Somebody sat down and said, what is it going to take to make this thing work for these people? And it addressed software. It addressed hardware. It addressed a lot of things, and this is really mostly for the Apple Watch Ultra,
Right.
but I mean, it was pretty clear they had people in mind when they developed that watch. And where is that for Android Wear? Like, we don't even really have watches yet that are designed for the general purpose user. And here's Apple kind of targeting I don't want to say the niche user, because, you know, the extreme sports, the adventures, stuff like that isn't exactly niche per se. But it just feels like not only is Android Wear falling behind in general, but it seems like no one's trying. Which is a shame. I want to see more effort there.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, on paper, Wear OS does almost everything Apple Watch does, but it's just not that great of an experience. Like, when I use my Galaxy Watch, a lot of the Google apps and services are still not like 100% updated for Wear 3, or they're really slow, and a bunch of the apps are still the kind that are dependent on an app being installed on your phone, and then some of them aren't, and the ones that aren't have like weird login flows usually. And Google Fit is still janky, like it kept not tracking my data right, and it's like I don't really know. I think Samsung's watches, I like the newer Galaxy watches when you're entirely in the Samsung bubble. like using Samsung Health and everything. It's pretty good, but like that's not Google, and that's not what the Pixel Watch is going to have. So I don't know. It's just frustrating. I've also kind of just been like a little bit more mellowed out on smartwatches in general lately. Like I've just been kind of using, partially because I've been switching phones back and forth, and that's always a pain to reset the watch. So I've just been using dumb watches recently, and probably slightly better for mental health if I don't have my arm buzzing constantly with notification. I know you can turn off the notifications, but like that's what I would use a watch for mostly, is so I don't have to go get my phone on the other side of the room.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. And I've said this many times. My use for the watch, I don't really wear it around the house much. I usually wear it when I leave the house. And
I mean, I can't wear watches when I'm working anyway, because like
it's terrible to type with a watch on.
Yeah. Like the part like digs into my lower arm. I can't do it.
Yeah, and you know, perfect, proper, ergonomic, how high your wrist is supposed to be off the desk and everything. It's not supposed to touch. Like in theory, your watch shouldn't dig in. But even if you're holding your wrist properly, like as you move from time to time, you're just gonna bump against edges. Like that little bit of an extra lip there for the band, it just guarantees you're going to hit stuff, and that's what I don't like. But yeah, when I'm out, I love having a watch on because I want to be able to quickly check time. I want to be able to see if I get a text message. I just want to look at the watch rather than my phone. It still serves a perfect purpose for that. I just don't get to use it as often now that, you know, the world is what the world is.
Yeah. And with the Pixel Watch, I also get frustrated when a company tries to mimic the competition, but just completely ignores anything that's like really easy to one up them with. Like basically every Android phone today that doesn't have a headphone jack, like it is so easy to put one on.
Yeah.
And then you can market that to high heaven and be like, look, you want to use your fancy headphones or just, you know, your Bluetooth earbuds die? Here's a headphone. Like that's so easy. You don't need like complex AI stuff like you do for cameras for that. And it's the same thing with the Pixel Watch, where it really just seems like Google's Apple Watch, but it's not clear if it's going to have the advantages of that. Like again, all the like cool, you know, SOS car crash demos that Apple keeps doing, but it will have proprietary bands. And it's like, great job, guys. This is like one of the best things about the Wear OS watches is that most of them I can put on literally any band from Amazon that's like $5.
Yeah.
or my drawer of bands behind me. Granted, my drawer of bands behind me is mostly for the bigger Fossil watches that I don't use anymore. But still, it's like, oh, okay, we're throwing that out for marginal benefit. I don't.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, like part of me really wants to question the crazy straps that the Apple Watch Ultra was advertised with, because wow, those are something. They do not look nearly as secure as Apple was hyping them to be. But you know, Apple is doing this proprietary mounting system for their straps, which I get it. You know, they know that they're going to have an ecosystem that's going to support this. It's kind of crappy they're doing it, but hey, it is what it is. Pixel Watch, I'm sorry, but you don't have that.
Yeah.
You're not going to get those sales numbers. You're not going to push so many units of this to justify a dedicated mounting system. Honestly, that alone is enough that kind of makes me just not want to get the first generation, which I'm already skeptical about getting, but I kind of don't want to support yet another proprietary system popping up unless they work out with every other manufacturer. All of us are going to use this system. If they'll do that, if they will announce that, I'm kind of on board. If this is just like a Pixel Watch exclusive, screw that. That makes me think this is just dumb.
Yeah, like I don't like that Apple does it, and I want to be very clear that I'm not defending Apple. I think that's really dumb. Like, really, the only benefit with their bands is like they slide on slightly easier, but like I don't think that's really an issue with like the quick release bands that most third-party bands are now. But every time I go to a store, there's like at least a couple shelves of Apple Watch bands, and Google will never have that.
I can honestly say I have not seen that, but okay.
Okay. It might just be the fact that I mostly shop at Target. But there's always like some Apple bands in like every Best Buy I've been to, most like the Targets, that kind of stuff. Google will never have that. Like, I still struggle when I go to a store. Like, I do occasionally go in, like, you know, the like electronics and see what they have on display, because it's kind of interesting what stores choose to put on display or not. And like anything Google is still a rarity. Like most electronic stores, they're going to have like a Chromecast, maybe some like Nest speakers. Pixels are still really where accessories for Pixels are almost non-existent. Like,
well, the Google store barely even has any.
Yeah, like every time I go to, like, I remember like when I switched from, you know, a mix of like Pixel and OnePlus phones to Samsung, I was like, wow, I can just, like, basically every store I go to has cases for my phone.
Mm-hmm.
And like that's like Google's, they just don't have that critical mass, and Apple does. And again, like, I also think it's equally as stupid that Apple does it. But they have enough market share where everyone is making bands for these.
Well, yeah, and Apple it's just a simple math equation. Apple has the weight. They make a product that literally millions of people, hundreds of millions of people have this particular product, and they have an ecosystem that you can build accessories for. You don't have that with any Android phone that isn't made by Samsung. At least in the US and most of Europe. Granted, there are a few Chinese-made Android phones that do have those numbers, but you know, that doesn't exactly factor in for us. And yeah, you know, obviously, like Zach said, Google doesn't have the Google phone history and weight that Apple does. It's just it's reasonable math. And no accessory maker really wants to target a specific phone. And again, that's talking phones. I think watches, you're talking about a percentage of a percentage there.
Yeah.
But if you're making an accessory for a thing, there has to be at least enough of a market share for that thing to justify making accessories. If you're sitting there and some company made a product that sells, let's say, 100,000 units, if you're sitting there doing your math, you literally have to start at saying, they sold 100,000 units. I'm not going to sell that many accessories, but even if I could, that's the max I will ever be able to sell.
Yeah.
And I know that this is kind of a weird poll, but like, this is the reason there are only 1 to 2 companies that make things like ND filters for drones. DJI sells a lot of drones, but honestly, they don't sell like stupid high numbers for the obvious reasons. Most people don't actually need or care about drones, and of the people that do, they only buy a certain model and usually keep it for a few years. Naturally, there's only going to be a couple companies out there who are like, well, we're the biggest company, we have the resources to do this, we'll make them. And even they're like, we're making exactly one set of these, that's it, and that's what we're selling. They don't give you options, and they don't give you too many controls over what you're buying, because that's all that's the only one that's going to be there. they don't have competition because no one else can afford to compete.
Yeah, and it's so yeah. I'm not really clear what Google's angle will be yet, besides just filling the gap of like people who want something that's like a fossil watch, but a little bit more sleek and maybe with better software or so. I don't know. But like Apple's still doing pretty well. They've got the SE. They also talked about the new Series 8, which seems like a pretty minor improvement. They trimmed down the bezels around the screen, which is nice. They have a new temperature sensor, which has been rumored for a long time, but right now they're just using it for ovulation tracking, and they said that's pretty cool. I am not the person, I'm not the authority on that whatsoever, so I can't comment how cool that is. But I've seen people excited about it, so there's that.
Yeah. I honestly find it a little interesting that that's specifically what they highlighted, because
yeah, like I can think of like a lot of other, like I know one of the big pushes for temperature sensors before was like a a quick and easy way to tell if maybe you have COVID.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
that was touted. So I don't know, maybe like they don't have full health clearance for this yet, but like that's the one thing they can do without that.
Well,
would be my guess.
Okay, I actually do have a reason that I can imagine this making sense. And well, okay, kind of. I can think of why that they would market ovulation tracking, because the temperature increase, the physical temperature increase, is less than that of, oh my god, you have a fever.
Right.
So as a result, they're basically highlighting, hey, our sensors are actually more, well, not more accurate, but they're more sensitive. They can register smaller increments than just like, wow, you're up 3 degrees kind of thing. So I can see that being their reason. Plus, in an event that was otherwise filled with a whole bunch of the sky is falling moments, being able to talk about something as sort of, optimistic as, hey, you want to have a baby, we're going to help you with that. Like that was their one moment to kind of talk about the happy thing, so to speak. So I can kind of see why they want to go with ovulation tracking. That being said, it's weird that they didn't highlight this could be an early warning system to you're sick. Maybe you should pay attention if your temperature is up, because you might have the flu, you might have COVID, you might whatever. It would have made sense to at least give more of a nod to that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so temperature set, and they talk more about the car crash detection stuff. So not, I don't know, if you don't care about either of those two things, it doesn't seem like there's a lot here, except that it might make a good upgrade if you have like a really old watch, like the Series 3 or something like that. I know the Series 3, like Apple was selling that for forever, and it's not getting watchOS 9. Mm-hmm. So that's fun. I did notice that like this will ship with watchOS 9, and I think before they were doing like special Nike versions of these watches, but now anyone can use the watch faces that were made for those. So that's kind of cool. I believe that's also being backported to the older watches. So, yeah, cool stuff.
Okay. But you still can't get third party, or you still can't, as a developer, just make a watch face.
I don't think so. I know apps can make complications now.
Yeah, apps can do complications. Yeah. But you can't just make a watch face, which still strikes me as a WTF. Apple, Come on.
Yeah, I thought they. I don't know. Maybe I'm remembering. I thought they added that like a year or two ago.
Did
But
they? Um, let's see. Customize the watch face.
there is a. It looks like you can customize the ones Apple gives you, but it does not look like you can download ones from the App Store. Yeah.
Um,
I could have sworn Facer was available for Apple Watch by now. Why did Siri activate just now?
Watchsmith. Okay, so you can create custom faces according to this.
Yeah, Facer's for Wear OS.
Okay, so
Apple
what do
Watch.
these do? Huh. Okay, so I guess you can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. You can. Interesting. I don't remember ever hearing this mentioned before. Huh.
There you go.
Okay, so I guess it is a thing. I just missed it.
Yeah. So that's kind of cool. I might, if I, depending on how often I keep using the iPhone, I might try an Apple Watch, because that's again like one of the things that people keep gushing about that I've just had zero experience with. So I don't know, might get an SE or something if I keep using iPhones. It doesn't really make, if I get tired of an iPhone in a month, then I have a watch I can't use with anything. So
Yeah, that is the catch. I can't help but laugh because I made fun of you 2 days ago for now having a Mac Mini, a MacBook Air, a iPhone, and an iPad. You have become the full Apple shill. I forgot to mention that you needed to get an Apple Watch.
yeah, that would complete the package.
Well, actually, completing the package would be an Apple TV and a HomePod, but you'll get there.
Yeah, and getting the Apple credit card, of course.
I mean, you have an iPhone, you may as well get the card anyway. And actually, I'm not even kidding about that one. Legitimately, get a card, because anything you buy from Apple, you can get that 3% or 5%, whatever it is. You can get their discount in the auto financing.
Yeah, so might get an SE at some point, because like I don't need a lot. Again, like my smartwatches are just show me why my phone buzzed, so I don't have to go find where my phone is or get it out of my pocket or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Zach says, who even owns Apple TVs anymore? Zach, there's an obvious answer to that. The people who don't realize you can watch Apple TV Plus on things other than an Apple TV. Of which there are a lot of people who don't realize that.
Yeah. And they also talked about the new Apple Watch Ultra, which is like a completely new thing that didn't exist before. It is a big boy Apple Watch.
I know you're serious about that, but it almost sounds like sarcasm.
Yeah. It did well, yeah. I mean, it's like new. It's a big Apple Watch, basically, and they put an extra button on it, which is cool. I wish all smartwatches should have a customizable button. That's always helpful.
I've had a couple that had customizable buttons, and yes, I agree.
Yeah, it's very nice to quickly open whatever app I'm using the most at that point. And phones should have them too.
Yes, purely remappable buttons would be kind of neat.
Yeah. And this has so this is kind of, it's not like, this isn't like an iPhone Pro situation. This is like definitely a more specialized piece of hardware, or at least they're touting it as such. It's not out yet, so who knows if it works as well as they're saying. But they're aiming for this to replace like high-end Garmin stuff, like the kinds of like watches and health trackers that are designed to last for a while without any kind of a phone connection, while also still being an Apple Watch. So you take this on your hikes, and then you also just wear it like if you want a giant watch all the time. That might get uncomfortable after a little while for some people, but
Well, there's no denying this watch has some big booty energy, but
it is a thick watch with several C's.
yes. That being said, do we have measurements on it? How does this compare with? I'm just gonna generalize like half of the Android Wear watches out there.
Yeah, like I haven't seen anyone put this next to like a Mob Boy.
Right.
I'm curious. It's not in the press release.
Yeah. You know what? I bet
I'll go look.
Well, I was gonna say I bet the Verge has a hands-on with the watch.
The case is 49 millimeters, so that's bigger. I don't know I know the Galaxy watches I think go up to 45, so a little bit bigger than that, but that's not the depth. That's like the side. Let's see. Does Apple have they don't have a full. Oh, here's the full spec sheet. Do they have measurements?
Let's see. So, right out of the gate, the Verge is making a point of saying it's a pretty big watch. And the pictures of it in the hand actually do make it look pretty chunky.
Okay, I found. So the Apple Watch. Okay, so the normal Apple Watch, the Series 8, is 45 millimeters by 38 millimeters by 10, and the Ultra is 49 by 44 by 14. So it's like 4 millimeters thicker than the normal Apple Watch, and it also is like 20 more grams, it looks like. The GPS Series 8, which doesn't have any cell stuff, it's 38.8 grams, and the Ultra is 61. And I don't know if is I guess is the Ultra is the cell service not optional?
I have no.
Yes.
Huh.
Okay, yeah, so you can only buy it as a cell or with cell support.
Interesting.
Whereas all the other ones it's optional, which that adds weight because you have to put more radios in.
Yeah, but it adds pretty minimal weight. So there is actually a comparison on The Verge. If you open stream, you can see I've got it in the background. Yeah, holy crap, that is such a giant watch when you compare it to the SE and a Series 7. It is
that's
massive.
A big boy.
And I will acknowledge it's a little unfair because in this instance, it is on a woman's wrist and happens to be at the smallest part of the wrist as opposed to further up the arm where the Series 7 is located. So it definitely is made to look larger, but it's still just obviously a giant watch by comparison.
Yeah. I mean, it looks exactly like all those. I mean, at least the size is just like all those kids' watches from the past 5 years.
Yeah, exactly. It reminds me of, let's see, it was the LG Watch Sport, I think. I did a photo actually kind of like this. I think this is the one. Yeah. When I did a review of the LG Watch Sport, I did a photo with the Watch Sport. This was just set up on like the top of a wine bottle. That just happened to be a great backdrop for this. And 3 watches in a row in the LG Watch Sport at the far right, and it's just absurdly thick. It is just way too big when you see it in comparison to these other watches. So, yeah, Apple probably went a little overboard on the size of this watch, but hey, for that extra battery life, that makes sense.
Yep. Yeah, it's a big play. And they did some cool demos of like someone snorkeling and using it as like the monitor for their oxygen, which that makes me a little bit worried. Like, I'm not sure if I would leave that up to a smartwatch app, but
well, to be I get believe me, I can get why you'd be concerned, but to be fair, that's not all that different than what they already use.
yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm just thinking, like, I don't know. Like, I'm sure if Apple is like advertising it that much, it probably won't kill anyone. So I'm sure it's fine. But I always get that feeling of like when we move specialized equipment to like an app, I'm like, are there other things on the hardware that's going to interfere with it? Like, but
in short, what happens if the app crashes? Yeah.
Like,
or god, I just had the worst but best, craziest thought. Imagine for a second if the watch for whatever reason decided that you changed time zones while you were diving, and then it messes with the app that is tracking your dive time.
Oh man.
Oh god.
Yeah, that'd be something.
Because of course the watch would adjust, and it has GPS. Granted, I doubt the GPS works if you're more than a couple feet underwater, but hey, that would be...
Or you're in the middle of a dive when it switches to daylight savings time.
Yeah, actually that totally could happen.
Hopefully they thought of that.
I am legitimately looking at this thinking, wow, this actually could kill somebody. That's disturbing. But it actually is.
But diving equipment has the Y2K problem.
Oh, I don't want to laugh at this, but it's hilarious because
the Linux epoch time thing that's going to happen in 20 years.
Yeah. Oh geez. Anyway. Wow. Yeah. That's insane. But it makes sense.
It does look cool though, and they were, again, supposedly this can handle quite a beating. They made a big deal about it surviving snow and bumping up against rocks or whatever.
Yeah, the snow, sand, or sorry, not snow. The snow is whatever. Like, honestly, snow and ice,
it's water,
usually can't do much. Yeah, go diving with this thing, subject it to sand, and subject it to like rock climbing. These are the three things that are actually most likely to damage your watch. And
diving is because like the water, the protective coating on most smartphones cannot survive diving beyond just a little bit, especially for extended periods.
Yeah, well, and in particular, subjecting them to either the salt water of the ocean.
Yeah, salt water is what will kill every phone.
Or the chlorine of a pool.
Yeah.
Chlorine can mess with some coatings. It's less likely to be a problem, but it does happen.
Yeah.
So either way, yeah, it seems like they made a pretty damn good watch. Whether or not this is going to be actually as good as they say, we'll see. I'm looking forward to a hardcore review of this watch, because I don't think it's going to come out right away, but once the reviews actually start hitting, there's going to be somebody, some site, or even just someone with a little bit of recognition who's like, you know what, I'm actually going to make this thing do the things that they showed in an ad. And whoever it is probably going to come back saying, okay, so Apple kind of fibbed. Here's what it can really survive. And here's how I broke my watch.
Yeah, I want to see what the scuba divers say about this.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And unless you have more to say on the watch, I'm actually going to use that as a pivot moment.
Go ahead.
Speaking of things that I think reviewers are absolutely going to trash on, because it is bound to happen. The AirPods Pro. They did a, well, I don't want to call it a demo because it was entirely, a faked scenario, but they were trying to show off using the AirPods Pro next to a person with a jackhammer, and supposedly it just filtered out like basically 100% of the jackhammer noise and delivered perfectly pristine voice of the person speaking. I'm calling BS on such an epic scale. That is not how sound waves even work. So, seeing as The Verge did their whole shootout between how good are different wireless or true wireless earbuds, how good are they in loud scenarios, like walking around the city exposed to a bunch of noise. I should have brought that link up in advance. And they did a comparison of all these different ones. The AirPods basically failed. Like, they got knocked out pretty quick because they just weren't that good. And honestly, I just don't think these are going to live up to anything close to what Apple presented in their demo.
Yeah, like their main reasoning for this was that the AirPods Pro, goodness, has this updated H2 chip, which is what they call like their chips for like the audio equipment. Like I don't know if the H2 is already in the AirPods Max or whatever, but supposedly that can more quickly process changes in audio, which is why they say it should be able to block out louder noises more quickly. But yeah, that's something that will have to be tested. Like I don't know. I'm not like immediately ruling it out because I think Apple is in a better position to do it than some other headphones, but I'm gonna wait for that for sure.
Yeah.
I trust Apple to do this a little bit more than Qualcomm, which is who makes like most of the other chips that go in headphones and stuff.
Okay, yes, but then you compare it against some of the other companies that have done stuff. I believe two of the biggest winners out of that shootout that The Verge did. One was the Google Pixel Buds Pro, I think. And then I think the Sony whatever the terrible model number name is. I think both of those perform fairly well. With Google's performing like way better than everybody else. And so companies are definitely able to do something with this, especially if they're tinkering with algorithms or messing with whatever options they have. It just, I'm skeptical that Apple suddenly had this massive leapfrogging of performance, especially to the point that, again, they're doing something that like science actually literally says is not possible. Because loud noise disrupts sound waves. That's a big part of the science of it. Yeah. I'm so looking forward to somebody going out and doing so did Apple tell the truth? Nah. Right. And there are going to be multiple sites doing that.
Yeah, and they mentioned battery life is better, 6 hours. That's still not high. Like there's still a lot of earbuds that are pushing like 8-9 hours. I don't know. I forget what the Pixel Buds are at, but they're higher than 6. I'm pretty sure. And
yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah, and there's volume controls on little ear tips now, and there's a speaker in the case now for when you lose it. It can make little beep beep noises,
which is
and
cool.
yeah,
Cheers to that.
That's neat. And what else? Oh yeah, Carson said, surprised there's no multi-point support. I'm not, because I would hope Apple realizes that that feature is so shitty. Like I've used 2 earbuds now that have Bluetooth multi-point, and it's a terrible experience. Like, it technically works where I can be playing music on something and then my has a call or whatever, and it takes over. But after that point, I no longer have any idea what devices my earbuds are connected to. Like, it just amplifies that issue of like, what are you doing? I have no clue because there's no UI. I can't like check the settings on my phone to be like, oh yeah, it's talking to my computer on the other side of the room right now. I don't know which device has higher priority. I don't know how that works. Like, I think the better solution to this, which is what Apple has had down for a while, and what Samsung's earbuds do really well, which is part of the reason I keep buying theirs, is just the ability to completely switch between devices like very quickly and without putting it in the case.
Yeah.
That seems like so much better than any multi-point jank to me, where like there's been a ton of times where I have a call coming in on my phone, and I get my earbuds, and they're paired to like my tablet or something, and I just press them on my phone and they connect instantly, and then I take the call. And like, I know what it's connected to, I know what it's doing. I've not seen multi-point implemented well. Yeah, so I hope Apple continues to ignore it because it's stupid.
So I've had better experiences with multi-point than that. I don't think it's as bad, but especially since in most cases, from the experiences I've had, it generally does more of kind of the mute one source so the other source can come through, and then usually relinquishes control back to the previous source. And it seems to typically be good at that from previous experiences. Obviously everyone implements it a little differently, so it's hard to say. As far as it goes though, yeah, I mean, everyone seems to really like the experience of using their AirPods with a phone, an iPad, and a laptop, and basically all they have to do is tap something on whichever device they want to connect to them, and they can just take control. And everyone seems to like that, and it's something I've said time and time again. This is the thing I hate most about most Bluetooth headphones, is you have to go through a repairing process in order to make that happen, and it's terrible. Some of them are a little bit better than that, like I don't have them here, but the OnePlus Nord Buds. I initially kind of hated them for this, and then I discovered that they had a just hold your finger on their on one of the buds for a few seconds, and it automatically switches to the previous device it was paired with. So granted, that kind of leaves you with only 2 devices, but you have control. You can just, as long as you only use 2 devices, you can just swap back and forth very, very conveniently with them. Honestly, just having that level of control where you don't have to go through repairing, that's the way it needs to be. It's so much better like that.
Yeah, and that's again why, like, one of the reasons I have bought 2 pairs of Samsung earbuds, because like I don't even have to do anything. I just like, they can be playing music on my phone, and then I'll hit connect from my computer and it'll just switch. I don't even have to press anything, which I think that's much better than multi-point. And doesn't require like everything involved in this scenario to fully support multi-point. And Apple does go a little bit further, and I know Google not nearby share, whatever Google's fast pair does this too, where it'll like store the Bluetooth IDs in your account, like your online account, and then they'll just show up, and you can connect to them without going through the full repairing on a new device. And I know Apple does that. Like I still have my original AirPods in my Apple account from however long ago, and they show up in my list of devices I can connect to if I want.
Hey Corbin, so Zach is actually suggesting joining this one. You good with that?
Sure. I'm not staying around for too much longer, but maybe Zach wants to talk for 5 more hours. I don't know.
Well, it's still a warm enough day. I'm not sure I'll be going 5 hours, but should be.
He's desperate to get in here.
All right.
Get out. Get out. Get out. Gross. Get out.
And yeah, this is totally janking up my stream configuration, but that's fine. I don't.
No, fine. What are you talking about?
Well, one of these days I need to inject that CSS to hide my own window from Jitsi. I only have it set up to show Corbin's, or to show one other speaker's view, but it's fine.
Gotta get those HTML flags for Jitsi to hide different cards.
This is gonna turn into the guest segments on every TV news where we just get like 5 people who completely disagree with each other and just sit back and be like, all right guys, what do you think about this controversial issue? Have fun.
So you mean the Fox News effect, where 4 people are yelling at the top of their lungs, none of which actually responding to each other in any way, shape, or form?
Yeah, just yelling.
So yeah, anyway, one thing I know that nobody was talking about this being a thing with the AirPods, but I gotta say I'm disappointed they didn't do this. Why are there not buttons on the case? Why can't you pick up the case to control your volume or to control playback or something like that? Put buttons right on the case.
Yeah, because I was about to ask, like, well, what buttons would you want on there? But I guess that makes
playback controls. It's such an easy one, and volume. It's not a lot of stuff, but give us those. I think it's a small ask.
I guess I guess I could see it in the same sense that like the older wired earbuds had like inline controls on the wire, and this is kind of the same thing where you can like reach in your pocket and like feel out the button. If they're physical buttons, I don't know if Apple would do that, but
well, Johnny Ive wouldn't, but
that's true.
But the new Apple that no longer contracts with him would. Actually, they still
Butterfly
contract
buttons.
with him, but not a lot.
Actually, that's a good point. If new Apple is designing this, I'm surprised these aren't in more colors. Actually, Apple's been really going on the color party for all their computers. I would have expected like at least rose gold AirPods by now. I feel like that's an easy sell.
Rose gold feels like a metal and glass color.
I mean, I don't like love that color, but I think they would probably sell a lot of those. I would buy some green ones if they wanted to make those. Apple? No, I wouldn't. I'm trying not to buy any more like stupid accessories that only work with one thing.
Well, look, as long as they don't try to make a deep purple, because holy crap, that color's so bad.
That was so disappointing. The renders looked kind of nice, and then iJustine showed it off on video, and it's like, that's just gray.
Yeah. It's which, to be fair, and oh man, there's no way to say this without it kind of being mean, but the way she processes her videos, that actually might not be what they look like, or even close.
Yeah, it could be studio, the studio lighting or whatever they have in the showroom.
Well, also it's her camera. No, she uses a great.
It's like, come here, Justine. I need to adjust your white balance.
I hate that this almost feels like mansplaining, but no, she's using a Sony camera. She's a well-known Sony user, and Sony does a few things with colors, which it's really good for accuracy when you process correctly. And she's not super into that. It's just not her thing. I'm not trying to be mean about it. Like, I'm not trying to say she's doing it wrong, but in certain instances, colors will show up a little weird, and in that case, that's likely one of them. Purple is specifically a color that will go very weird if you don't process it correctly.
Anyone have pictures of it?
I'm sure The Verge does.
Every
PC
color
Mag
is
has
like
a pixel. Does Jitsi have a chat so you can bring this up? Yes, it does.
Oh, does it? I was dude, just use Discord.
What's that sound? Sounds like a car's about to hit me. And I'm not wearing my Apple Watch.
Yeah.
Okay, that was the part that stood out to me most about that. They're like, our new phone and our new Apple Watch can detect 2,500 meters per second squared of force.
Oh,
and
God,
it's like,
yeah.
You're gonna die at 75 G, not 256 G.
Yeah, it's for the autopsy later. Your Apple Watch will be able to tell law enforcement the precise time of death down to the millisecond.
Well, you know, if they need to be able to identify that you fell out of a plane, reached terminal velocity, and splat on the ground, they will be able to tell clearly and definitively that is exactly what happened.
All with the Apple Watch Ultra.
Oh no.
Every part of your body is shattered, but that watch still looks like it just rolled off the manufacturing line. And yeah, that color is very disappointing. This is like this is the current. I've noticed Samsung doing this too, where this is just the trend of we're gonna do a color, but we picked black on the color picker in Photoshop, and we raise the bar just a little bit, and that's it. That's a color.
I want my bright, saturated, gaudy, neon green phone. Where's that? Where's my hue shifted product red?
I was gonna say they do it with product red and practically nothing else. And yes, 100%.
I did some hue shifts actually to make it the product red purple, and I thought it looked really good.
Yeah. Well, honestly, and it's not just Apple, it's every company. They've all moved to doing pastels or close enough to it. I mean, this photo
or
is
Windows 8 Metro.
Yeah. This photo makes the color look, actually this looks very blue to me. But you know, most of their phones just have these really soft muted colors and black. Like it's black, white, the one bright red phone, and then everything else is just a muted off color, and I'm not into it. I like the big bold colors. You know, I think back to when I was buying a car many years ago, that when I saw the color choices, it was a bunch of boring colors and this midnight blue that was ridiculously gorgeous. Dude, yeah, don't use Discord.
You gotta stop using the messages. It's like a jump scare every time.
Wait, can someone send a message so I can hear it?
All right, I'll do it, and then we're done.
It's not even that. It's that I have to open the chat window.
I barely even heard it.
Actually, I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I have to open the chat, and that's in this. That shows up in the stream for no good reason.
I'll send it here.
Oh no, I already opened it, but yeah, the Leprechaun iPhone. I want that.
And then look at my other hue shifts.
Okay, the purple,
magenta, and turquoise.
Yeah, I mean, I can see it. That's not quite where I would have gone with the purple. I would have gone a little bit darker, but yeah, I like it. This is better. I don't know why, but I am kind of weirdly sold on the Leprechaun iPhone. That's just sort of too perfect.
Austin said
right?
about the Apple Watch thing. He said, I'd be fine with that as long as it automatically makes a memoji of my death.
Wouldn't it just be a red splatter?
Sends that to everyone.
Emergency dialing.
You just
Well,
get a
I'm
message.
dead now, guys.
You get a message in the group chat, and it's just it has the exact time of death appended with your dude going like, yeah, like
What's that coffin meme gif?
yeah. The skull and bones. Oh my god.
Yeah. So
That's what Apple should be talking about at the start of this day. It's like, look, guys, when you die, your Apple Watch will joke about it to all your friends in iMessage.
Oh, that.
Look at this loser who just had a heart attack. I've been monitoring his heart rate for weeks.
My blood alcohol level was very high.
Oh, you know, I had this really bad joke that I was about to make about the Queen wearing an Apple Watch and it reporting her passing.
Oh, we've all already made the joke.
Yeah, I know, but then I decided not to make it, and a moment later what popped into my head is, I wonder how many PR agents at Apple are furious right now that they had the keynote yesterday and a day later the news cycle gets completely destroyed. I genuinely, like, I'm not even joking.
Did this on purpose.
I bet
She
they are
doesn't
so
like
mad about this. They must hate that happened. They're mad that they couldn't be the
Samsung
ones that made
fan.
her news go away.
I don't know if they would.
Oh, I bet they would. They would have been perfectly okay with it.
No, they would have been okay with it, but I don't know if they would have managed it.
Oh, I bet they
because-
would have.
At least in the
If
UK.
if they had come later, like the day later, I bet
Yeah,
all the news
I've-
about her would have just been lost.
Yeah, I don't. If it was like the day of the
Same
event,
day
I
would be
don't-
interesting.
Yeah, I don't think they would do it just because of the work involved. But if like they were gonna do it in a couple days, they'd probably be like, all right, we'll hold off for a little bit. Because I have seen that where a lot of companies, if like something really big happens, they'll be like, we're actually not announcing this today. I've gotten that email a couple times.
Yeah.
But with like what Apple does, where you have like thousands of people going to a physical event, that's a little bit more difficult to deal with. Or they would do the demos at that point, but like they would be embargoed.
Right.
They do the live stream in 2 or 3 days.
Okay, I actually have a question about that. You said thousands of people going. Do we actually know how many people went? Because I never saw a picture of the audience. The most I ever saw was, or the largest quantity of people I ever saw in any photo or video was actually iJustine's quick showing off of the Deep Purple phone, and she was just on a bus, like on a double-decker bus, that showed a relatively small crowd of people on it with her. The total number is, it strikes me as like, this is maybe select YouTube influencers and a couple of like other people that they like. I don't get the impression they had a huge number.
They were selective with it again. But I don't know, like if I'm thinking like all the people they invited,
the pandemic, while you call all your workers back to in-person.
yeah, while you like try out the AirPods Pro that were just in someone else's ear. Yeah, I mean, I saw there was like I'm imagining they probably had let's say a easy 100 people there that were like tech people, but you also need all the support staff and all the employees at Apple. So maybe not thousands, but there were some people there. I'm not finding a good picture, unfortunately.
Carson says that it was on the studio MKBHD studio channel.
Oh, that's good. You can watch that right after his back to school video.
Thank you, Carson, giving an exact time code. That's
Carson's on the ball.
perfect.
Oh no, it opened in my chat. I lost my chat.
Wait, why did it go to what? Why did it go to
Something went wrong.
it opened to studio.youtube.com for some reason and it lost the time code. Okay, well,
I clicked it and it just it lost the time code, but it opened in regular YouTube.
Okay, so should be right here. Oh, okay. Yeah, that is not a huge crowd. Oh, wait, it is. Holy crap, that's a lot of people. They're just stuck in the they're just stuck in the cheap seats.
Is this a
Hey, no, there's literally like
Yeah, no, they did that last time too, where they stuck everyone outside. So basically, like if you went to the Apple event for the part where they did the live stream, you were just sitting in front of a projector outside in your lawn chairs. It was kind of silly.
That sounds kind of fun.
But yeah,
Picnic
there's
with all the influencers. Yeah.
that is a pretty large crowd of people to be in that auditorium. So
Well,
it's obviously more than just
COVID's over,
random
Cody.
YouTubers.
Yeah.
No, I'm not even talking about the COVID. I just mean they actually brought a lot of people there. I had my doubts because it just seemed like everything I saw, it was indicating that it was not a lot of people. Slow Wi-Fi too. Apple's always had a problem with this at their events.
Carson, what are you talking about? They have at least 3 airport extremes over there. They've got it covered.
You'd think Apple would be better at Wi-Fi.
They're really not. Like famously not.
Yeah, it's just kind of weird. It's like Apple's got this reputation of anything they release is a perfected version because it's released 3 years after everyone else or whatever. But then they don't have Wi-Fi stuff, and apparently they can't manage it in a corporate environment either.
Well, strictly speaking, I think it's wrong to say it's a perfected version so much as a pretty version. Apple makes pretty things, not perfect things. Get it straight.
Well, their reputation is that they wait for something to get good or to be perfected before they implement it, which I don't agree with, but that's kind of their reputation.
Well, that's a reputation among people that aren't as discerning. We're picky. We know we know how things work. We know better. But yeah, anyway, so I gotta give, well, not credit, but I gotta give it, they actually did bring a lot of people, which does kind of raise the question, why are they bringing so many people so that they can come and watch a video?
Yeah,
because that's all this was. Like, they sat there and watched a video on a screen for an hour and a half, basically like they're sitting in a movie theater, and then they got to go try stuff out. Testing.
I think it's really just to try stuff out. Honestly, I'm curious if they'll ever go back to normal or what they did before with their events, because like I think they've nailed down granted, if I'm sitting there writing it, I don't like it because the pacing is like 10 times faster if it's a video that was filmed and edited 3 weeks, but it is a lot cleaner and more impressive. Like I was like looking when they were doing like their AirPods Pro demo and they were like moving between like rooms and like a flat house thing. Like, that's cool. I was like, that's neat. Like, this is kind of more interesting than what they're talking about. I want to see the behind the scenes for this.
Well, they used to do the talking segments and then intersperse them with a video that showed those exact same things. So they had all of those things, but it was that pacing that was different because they sort of invariably have somebody talk to you for a little bit, explain a thing, and then they'd show their demo. Now they're just mixing the demo with the explanation as one long, very, very elaborate commercial.
Yeah, and I think for this specific event, when they had such a big focus on with the Apple Watch and the satellite stuff on the iPhone, where they wanted to emphasize, like, look, you can use this anywhere. Like, having the guy on the boat talk about how good this is for scuba diving, with like intercut people actually scuba diving with the watch, I think that was a much better demonstration and like sales pitch than what Apple might have done doing that 5 years ago, where some CEO of a scuba diving company's on stage talking about it.
Yeah. That being
Has
said,
Apple never cut in pre-recorded videos to live demos before?
I was gonna say they have done that. It just was very, very uncommon.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of. I can
all
picture
of
one of them.
yeah.
I just can't think of what it was for. But they've definitely done it.
Yeah, I know I remember them doing it a lot when they would announce a product, and then they would do what they just did, where they'll show the like actual commercial for it after they're done talking about it.
Well, what I think Zach is referring to is, instead of having somebody come out on stage to introduce it verbally and then they show a video, rather basically just say, we're just gonna show you a video rather than have anyone talk about it at all. Which, like I said, I'm sure they've done it. I'm picturing one of them in my head. I just cannot for the life of me think of what it was for.
It wasn't that common.
It was definitely rare. They wanted
thing
people
was more
talking.
like they're on the stage and they wheel out the cart with the iPad on it when they need to show Mac stuff. But yeah, like I think it works a lot better, especially when Apple has like actual things to talk about, or like they're like rapid firing features. It's not good when I've seen a lot of other companies have tried to do this, and it just makes it worse somehow.
Yeah.
Especially if like Samsung or whatever wants to be more vague, and you know what I mean, like the press conferences where they're kind of tooting their own horn for far too long.
Right.
Which again, like I appreciate in times when I'm like in the middle of writing something and I need them to just pump the brakes a little bit, but it makes for a worse presentation.
Okay, now I do want to call out one big thing, which is you're making the assertion that when people are talking, that this is a slower paced thing, and Google wants to have a word with you, because oh my god, I feel like this happened with Apple's events too, but Google is way worse about this. If you're watching any Google event, they have somebody come out there, talk for, I don't know, 10-15 seconds tops. They deliver like 8 pieces of information in those short few seconds, and then they're like, thanks, I'm out, and the next person is walking on stage before that person's even off, and they're talking almost the second that they're like hitting their mark. Like, Google has gotten way too fast, and that's without video being a factor.
Yeah, and well, Google, at least with their presentations, has the bit where they talk about their AI demo, and that's the part you can completely zone out. So
God, yes.
they group it together versus having it split it, and between the important stuff.
Yeah, but they usually start with the AI stuff, and you get like 20 to 30 minutes of garbage AI talk that nobody wants to see. Sometimes with Michael Pena doing a really, really bad job, and then they break into the product stuff that everyone actually came for.
Yeah, that was another thing that I noticed. I was like, oh, we didn't get 20 minutes of Apple TV stuff to start.
Yeah, there was no commercials for
I know
C
it's, I know it's not 20 minutes, but it feels like it every time.
Well, it's sort of like going to a movie and getting, like, a movie theater and getting your 20 minutes of previews. Yeah. It's not actually 20 minutes. Like, it's usually just like maybe 12 to 14, but man, it quickly feels like half an hour if it's a preview you're not into.
Yeah, it's literally like, this is not the reason why any of us are here.
Well, certainly not the reason why we showed up on time for the movie.
Right.
Though I will say, I still actually like going to the theater and seeing the previews.
It's fine when they're not 30 minutes.
Yeah.
The ones with like it gets a little intense. And
Well,
also, if I go see like enough movies in a short enough period of time, I've seen the same
yes.
trailer for a kids movie 5 times with like a collective 30 fart jokes between all of them, and it gets a little tiresome.
Okay, to be fair, that's the type of movies you go to. I can honestly like this
Corbin,
is a little.
you should stop seeing Pixar movies in the
Kind of, yeah. But in all seriousness, I can honestly say, as you were describing what you get previews for, my first thought is, I have not seen that in a movie preview in so long. Everything I go to tends to be a little darker.
I guess that's my problem. I don't see enough horror movies in the movies.
Why did you see a horror movie in theaters?
I don't watch them at all because I'm too scared.
You're supposed to watch horror movies in the dark in your basement on an old CRT.
Well, while Zach is exactly right about this, I'm pretty sure you're only supposed to watch horror movies in a Netflix and chill scenario.
Okay.
Wouldn't that hurt the mood?
You know, it's supposed to, but supposedly it doesn't. I don't know. I never actually did the horror movie as a Netflix and chill scenario.
Does Netflix even have horror movies that are horror?
I've
and
never
not actually
subscribed
just
to
a
Netflix,
reality
so
show in
I
disguise.
I can't say for sure.
You know,
But
I am
assuming-
scrolling through my Fandango purchase history, and now that I look at it, I do see a lot of like movies that are technically for children.
Yeah, Corbin, let's look at your news writing music
Like,
playlist.
I'm just looking
Inside
at like,
Out.
I'm just looking at. Oh yeah, I saw Lightyear, Doctor Strange.
I mean, Corbin, we could look at the movie night lineup, and
Oh yeah.
let's be honest, it does tend that direction.
Look, the
We
serious
just watched Spirit.
the serious movies aren't as fun for the movie nights.
There's also bad.
Yeah, it's your movie night picks tend to be bad movies and children's movies. At least the bad movies get the MST3K treatment, so you know there's some redemption there. Let's see. Carson mentioned, oh yeah, movie theaters are showing a lot more ads than previous. Honestly, I think that's just that was a thing that was already a very, very common thing. Just it depends on which theaters were doing it.
I think
some of them were
like,
very preview centric.
I think everyone just forgot how bad it got.
Yeah, exactly. Because my local theater, there was a time when you first walked in that they usually had just like quiet banner ads showing up,
Right.
and like they had replaced the typical pre-movie, like before the preview stuff that used to be like reminders to turn off your phone and to like that they had concessions and you could go get snacks and food. Like they used to have that stuff, and then they started getting rid of that and putting on like ads for the local hardware store and I don't know, whatever else. I can't. Sadly, lots of political stuff. Yes, my area's that way. Lots and lots of paid political ads by everyone knows what organization. I don't need to say it.
Yeah.
But
Disney.
yeah. Wait, what?
Disney.
Disney.
Oh man, it'd be so great if Disney was paying for political ads in my area. Anyway,
Ollie comes on screen. Vote for Trump.
cringe. So yeah, anyway, I think that was just the thing that all theaters have started shifting to. They're happy to sell ads because it makes more money than any of the other stuff. Zach, you were saying?
Oh, I said more money.
Yeah.
That was it.
But yeah, anyway, I always just kind of wish that they would show movie previews for longer. Start the movie a little closer to the time that it's supposed to start, but just show movie previews the entire freaking time as people walk into the theater. Like, as the previous movie ends, just start playing previews. That to me is the smart way to go. Because I also don't want people to
see them.
Yeah, I don't care.
The theaters do.
I don't think the theaters care that much about the previews not being seen by huge numbers of people. They want them to be seen, but I don't think they're really losing too much if fewer people are seeing them. And again, the difference here would be people are going to walk in and see those previews as they walk in, instead of walking in, waiting 5 minutes for the previews to start, at which point they'll probably end up seeing about the same number of previews. Like, the people who show up really late, they'll miss a few, but that's it. All right. Anyway, other things.
I can talk about iPhone for like a couple minutes, and then I need to go.
I'm going to give you a choice here.
Okay.
Do you want to talk...
Or we can't make choices.
I know. Do you want to talk iPhone, or do you want to talk Tim Cook's RCS comment?
I have literally no opinion on the Tim Cook thing.
Okay.
So.
Then iPhone.
Is there anything new here? It's just Apple doesn't want to do it still. Big revelation.
Well, Zach, I assume you're going to stick around after Corbin takes off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, he needs to argue. He hasn't got his fill today.
Cody and I agree on everything.
He apparently hasn't got his fill for the past couple days with all the messages I've had to scroll past in Discord. He needs to...
Corbin, you made this Discord.
You have an actual problem.
You reap what you sow.
I have a feeling Zach and I will also talk about that once you're gone. So,
well, you guys get some practice in, and then the next Techathon, I'll just let y'all sit in a room, and that'll just be like 20 hours right there. I'll come up with a list of the most controversial topics, but they're all things both of you agree with, and Zach will still argue about it for a long time.
Honestly, that would probably be really good for Techathon.
Yeah.
Well, and the list isn't too hard. All we have to do is pull up one particular writer's stream of editorials, and we'll spend all of our time talking about how he's very wrong.
You know what I'm
talking about? Gordon Kelly?
Oh, you wish.
You know what I'm picturing is exactly that, like, Fox commentator screen, but instead of all of them arguing about like the Supreme Court or something, they're all arguing about like which color iPhone is the best one you should buy.
It's product like, red. There's no other. There's no discussion. It's product red.
I mean, I'm still a fan of the black iPhone, but I want a bright color other than red. Yeah. But of these choices, I'll go black. Anyway,
speaking of iPhones,
yes. Speaking of iPhones,
there were iPhones. Pretty much all the rumors were true that they were ditching the Mini. The iPhone Mini is no more. Very sad.
Yeah,
I'd like
and they made a Plus.
This needs a longer moment of silence than the Queen, if I'm being honest.
Wow!
No more Mini.
Wow!
Agreed. The loss of the iPhone Mini is more detrimental to society. Okay. we still have a couple, like, you know,
the base S series is
we still have a couple kings and queens around the world, right? There are a few monarchies left. We don't have a single small iPhone anymore, or small phone. There are no small phones.
I mean, look, I'm just saying they're both the same size, so this kind of makes sense.
Yeah. So they
They're both
replaced they replaced the so there were 4 iPhone models, but they killed the mini, but they replaced it with a large regular iPhone. So you can now get the
Plus.
regular iPhone in 2 sizes and the Pro iPhone in 2 sizes. But aren't they still doing the large Pro is still called the Pro Max, right?
Yeah.
But
It's the
large
base plus Pro and Pro Max, which doesn't.
Why do they have multiple words? Why couldn't it be?
I mean,
just
Pro
iPhone?
Plus sounds terrible, but they could have renamed it to something else.
Or just I don't know. This is very confusing. I think Apple might be the worst example of naming things in different tiers, where there's just they don't have. There's no consistency. Like the cheaper one is SE. I don't even know what SE means. I'm gonna be honest. That could mean
Second edition.
but it's just the cheap one. There's been a lot of generations of SEs, and then they have the normal one.
I
Which
prefer
never
to
has
think of
an-
it as a stupid edition.
Okay, that's fine.
Special edition. That's it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it
It's like
actually
Windows 98.
And then they do the thing that, like, granted, every tech company does, but it still really annoys me when I have to write about this. Is the regular one is just product name. There's no modify. That again, like I know everyone does that, but it's infuriating. And then they throw in like Pro, Plus, Max, Ultra, all these words. No consistency about where on the scale.
Well, that's just a One Plus variant. The One Plus AT Pro Plus Max Ultra 5G. McLaren edition.
featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series.
Okay, here's the thing. I don't necessarily mind that they have the descriptors laid out. In this instance, I don't like that they broke their consistency across them, because the regular iPhone 14, the larger version is the Plus. This I don't think is great, but it's fine. Then you get to the iPhone 14 Pro. While we can argue all day and night about what Pro means, the fact that instead of calling it the Pro Plus, which would have been consistent, they're calling it a Pro Max, and that is dumb, because it's the cognitive load of trying to remember which one of these is the Plus, which one of these is the Max. You shouldn't have to think of that. They should have both just been Plus or Max.
Yeah,
Or they should stop with this modifier stacking. It's just iPhone Plus, iPhone Pro, and iPhone Max or something.
Actually,
I think they should make it more confusing. I'm gonna throw that out there.
They drop the number. It's all iPhone, just like the iPads. You never know what you're getting. And they drop the modifiers too. You could just get an iPhone with 128 gigs at 6.1, 6.7, or 6.4 inches.
And they're all sold in the like mystery Funko Pop boxes where you don't know what kind of
surprise.
Yeah, you don't know what kind of modem you're gonna get. There might be a USB-C port. I don't know. Let's make it fun.
I think they should just get rid of all the different variants and have literally one. May as well.
Oh, you mean like what everyone liked about Apple before 2017?
Oh, you got to go way back before 2017.
Well, 2017 is when it got bad. Because
Yeah.
2014
Well, the
is when they
iPads
had
will.
the 6.
The
and the
iPads
6
have been bad for a
Plus.
long time, and
The
I would
iPads have never
argue.
made sense.
Yeah, the iPads have been a mess basically since, like, they had the iPad and iPad Mini, and that was the last time when it was just those two in one size of each. That was like the last stage where the iPads were really in a good place. You could argue maybe the iPad Pro was okay too, but once it became multiple sizes of certain models, and there's 4 different types of iPads. Is that right?
Actually, that's a good point. Where also, if I'm including in the list of everything they use as a modifier, Air doesn't mean anything anymore.
Yeah, it's the same weight as the normal iPad.
Yeah,
And the same size. It just has smaller bezels, no home button. and the fingerprint sensor is moved.
It's just the middle one.
Yeah.
Just call it the middle one, Apple, please.
iPad Plus. But the iPads, honestly, I don't care that there's so many lines of them. I care that they don't number them officially.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, no.
that's the iPad Air. Is that the 2022 iPad Air, the 2021 iPad Air, and is that a 9th gen iPad Air, and is that 2022 or 2021? And like, you can't tell what your iPad is without going to settings, general, about, and Googling the cryptic model number to see which iPad it is.
Technically, you can. That they do print a number somewhere on the body, so you can look it up on the outside too. But yeah, this is dumb. And not only that, to some extent, I'm a little annoyed that they call it by generation instead of by year. And I get that. Like, there are good reasons maybe to call it by generation instead of year, but I kind of just wish they'd put a year on it.
The iPhone 2022.
Yeah. I mean, with something like the
That wouldn't
iPhone where
work
they
for the
release
SE.
one every year anyway, just do that. With iPads, they might let something sit for 18 months. I can see why that would be generation instead of year.
It would be useful still if they would just tell you the year. That is more useful than telling you the size that has remained the same for the past 5 years, but
Yeah.
sometimes changes. And sometimes goes back, like the iPad Pro 9.7 inch. I don't know, I think that's from 2017, but also 2015 and maybe from 2019.
Exactly. It's too tough to tell. So yeah, Apple is extremely bad at naming.
Yes. And there are 4 iPhones still. They've just, now there's a big normal one again. And
Now the base iPhone is the mini.
Yeah, and there's a couple like kind of interesting takeaways. The first is that the Pro is now much more of a different phone than it ever has been. The cameras are, I mean, they've always been different. They're a little bit more different now, and now there's that different screen. There's no notch on the Pro anymore. They have a different thing now, which is
They have a worse thing now. It's ever so slightly narrower, but it takes up so much more vertical space.
Yeah.
I did find it funny when I was writing about the Pro. I was like, what's something I can compare this to? And I'm like, oh yeah, the Samsung phones from 4 years ago.
Yes.
Yeah, it's so far down.
I'm like,
so
it's just like my Galaxy S10, guys.
the S10e with that absolutely
Yes.
gigantic corner hole.
Love the S10e.
Good phone. Terrible cutout.
It's fine. The default wallpaper faded to black on the top. You didn't even notice it.
That was actually something that I was kind of surprised that Apple didn't do. Like, they didn't really hide it, even without the dynamic island. Like, they showed a video playing on the phone, and it wasn't conveniently dark on the edge where the hole was. They just showed the hole on the video.
I think everyone's used to it now.
Yeah.
It is a harder
I mean,
sell,
Samsung
probably,
is
so.
still making its wallpapers to hide the hole and doing all those silly things in videos and stuff to make sure you don't see it in product keynotes.
Which, at a certain point, maybe Apple's been beaten up so much for trying to hide stuff. Because that has definitely been a theme with Apple. Apple has hidden so many things in videos and in ways that a lot of people have called them out. This might be one of those where they knew they were going to catch so much flack if they didn't sort of let you be aware of it. Why not lean into it in that scenario? That way people don't have a thing to poke you for.
Yeah, I mean, I am wondering if it was part of, like, the whole thing of the hole is good, actually, because we made this feature that doesn't really give you anything but distracts you.
Yeah, and like I said a few times, it makes a lot of sense. They threw a bunch of flashy animations at it, which people like. You're entertaining them in a way. but it still doesn't
this
change.
is just the whole animations that Samsung's had for notifications, but fancier.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is way fancier.
Yeah.
This is amped up like 10 times what they normally would have been. And really quickly, to the point earlier, this is a lot narrower than their old notch, is it not?
It's not that much narrower than the 13s. It's narrower than the 12s and before by a lot.
Okay,
but it's
that's
really
what I'm
not
thinking
that
of.
much narrower than the 13s.
Yeah, you're right. I kind of forgot what the 13 looked like.
It was a pretty big improvement, honestly. They could let you show the battery percentage next to the battery if they really wanted to, instead of inside of it like some 2013 jailbreak tweak.
Yes.
It really looks bad.
But yeah, one of the things, just invariably, this makes what is effectively your status bar that much larger, because once you're committed to creating any sort of a cutout, whether it's a notch or a punch hole or pill or whatever, you have this amount of space that you have to commit to your sensor package. That is as high as it's going to be no matter what. And if it's part of a notch, it's just latched there to the top and they don't have to dig too deep. If it's a cutout like this, in order for it not to look weird, you've got to commit some number of pixels to the top so that you have a display running through there. Which means that you're just moving that sensor package at the same height. It just has to move down deeper and deeper into the phone. I honestly, I think the notch was functionally better.
It was. Like, it's not like this gives you much more horizontal room, and it's certainly not like they're going to use the more horizontal room.
Yeah, definitely not.
All it does is take up more vertical space, and it's not like they're going to double stack the status bar to use that either.
Nope.
Austin said, I wonder how screen protectors will work with it. Full-out cuts tend to get dust build up a little bit quicker. Actually, Austin, you're not going to buy a screen protector because you're going to buy AppleCare Plus. Don't be silly.
Yep.
Well, it's got the ceramic shield display, so it's virtually indestructible.
Oh, cringe factor.
Obviously.
Yeah. To be fair, I don't think I put a screen protector on a phone since the 6P, maybe? Like,
I gave up on Samsung switched to curved displays. It's just, you can't get something that works properly.
That's your fault for buying a phone with a curved screen. I keep telling everyone.
I want my S Pen.
Shut up! You're wrong.
It's also annoying that the phone with the S Pen included has a curved screen, which diminishes your functional canvas by like half an inch.
What, you don't like your notepad that falls off at the corners? Dummy.
Oh, Samsung, why you do silly things?
Well, it looks cool or whatever.
No, it doesn't. It just
So does
truly doesn't.
so does a non-cracked screen.
And we have insurance.
I am-
It only costs $112 to replace
I am
the screen.
team screen protector even on my cheapo iPhone that everyone bullies me for, but I think is
Rightfully
fine.
so.
Shut up. I don't have a curved screen. I don't have to worry about that. And I have a home button where I don't have to like look at my phone in a funny way to unlock my screen. Checkmate.
I think you just need to learn how to use an in-display fingerprint reader.
I'm not having the fingerprint conversation.
I genuinely don't have trouble with
You're
them
not-
on
you're not-
different sized phones.
You're not looping me into this. Cody will mute you.
He's
No,
gonna mute you. Cody agrees with me.
Yeah, I really do. I think that this is... I think the originating case for this was not solid.
I'm saying if like I wanted to try an iPhone and my choices were Face ID or the home button fingerprint. That's what I'm saying.
Oh yeah. So see, you're looping yourself in even as you speak. Let's be honest. Like the home button fingerprint reader, at least for an iPhone,
hands down, it was the best unlock method there was. Pretty much everyone actually agrees on this too. I know there are people out there who love Face ID, but I've never met one of them who said that they wouldn't be perfectly happy still using the home button fingerprint sensor. It worked really well.
The only time it's a little bit weird is when I'm using this to tap to pay somewhere, because Apple makes you like have your finger on the button when you tap it. It can be a little bit weird. Like I have to be like, all right, like coming in for a landing here with my finger still perfectly on the sensor, and like I can't, a lot of the registers, like you can have it like an inch above, but I still have to like move it in a weird place sometimes. But that's fine. I don't do that.
It's less of a fingerprint reader thing and more of an Apple didn't really consider fingerprint readers when they made that UX.
Well, yeah, and like compared to my Android phones, like as long as the phone is unlocked, Google Pay works. So I can just like, all right, I'm holding my phone like this. We're just gonna kiss the registry.
It would even be fine if it was like you try to tap and then it brings up the fingerprint reader and you scan it and tap again or something, or you have to tap once.
Wallet.
Yeah. Well, my phone yells at me to scan my fingerprint when I try to tap to pay because I have smart lock linked to my watch. So technically it's never locked if I have it on me. And so Google Pay's like, we're not gonna let that just go by. So I have to rescan. But it's fine, it's still fast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it somewhat latching back to the original topic, was there really much about the iPhone that jumped out at anybody as special? This iPhone announcement to me was a whole lot of, we took last year's iPhone, excluding the little cosmetic differences, we basically took last year's iPhone, we're re-releasing it, and some of our coders checked in a little more code. Like that, I got a lot of that feeling off of it.
Yeah, like I think they tweaked the cameras just a little bit, but like this is definitely the same issue I have with Samsung's
Watch 5.
Well, I mean with a lot of stuff, but like when I was reviewing the base Galaxy S22 at the start of this year, I was like, this is the third year in a row Samsung has released almost the same phone. Mm-hmm. But at least when Samsung does it, they slot in the new chip every year, and you get like, then it resets the clock on how many software updates you have left. But the software updates isn't an issue for Apple, and this year they're not even putting a new chip in it. You only get the A16 and the Pro.
So the emergency broadcast being an internal change, like I'm sure technically, like on a technical level, it took a lot of engineering
from a hardware design technical level. Yes.
Yeah, it took a lot of work, and from the software level to like show the user how to properly point their phone and stuff. But from like a user experience, almost no one is even gonna think about using that feature.
Yep.
Because there are so few places, especially in the US, where that feature exists, where you're not going to get service on another carrier, at least, where you can call 911 if you need to. It's very rare, except maybe where Cody lives.
Well,
but
okay, no. Here's the thing. Your slight jab. I was actually going to pick on you for maybe where you live. This is true, but no,
I've got great. Verizon covers here well.
Right.
AT&T covers here well.
Yeah, you live on the East
T-Mobile
Coast.
Covers here.
You live on the East Coast. Pretty much everyone on the East Coast, unless you're traveling through why am I suddenly blanking on the name of that mountain range? Where all the rednecks live.
Appalachians?
Yes, the Appalachians. Unless you're in the Appalachians.
Yeah, unless you're backpack hiking.
Yeah, you probably have service almost literally everywhere. In part because you have no freaking mountains. But also just in general, it is so much more densely populated, and there are much smaller gaps between places. Here, Now, okay, I live in Oregon. A, it's mountainous. B, there's this crap loads of forest. C, it is way less densely populated in the state. All of these contribute to less coverage, but you don't even need those factors. Like, go if you travel between LA and Vegas with any frequency, that specific road now has pretty good coverage. But if you take any trips even like slightly off of it, there's fairly good chances you're going to lose coverage. So this could factor in. I can honestly see real legitimate emergency scenarios where this could be important. The counterpoint is, how many people are ever actually going to use it? Honestly, I fully get, like, that's the point of emergency stuff. It's not meant to be used frequently. And
yeah, like this is me every time I was buying like tile tags. I was like, I sure hope hell I don't ever have to use this. Like when I'm putting them on my dog, I'm like, I better not ever open this app for its intended purpose.
Right.
No, that is a good point, that in the western US, especially the Southwest, there's a lot of dead zones in those deserts, but there is the thing of like, it's also very rare for people to actually be there. And
in those,
like,
yes, though forests
like
in the Northwest,
that
is way more common. There's so many people that go out like camping and doing like deep hikes and stuff like that. It does factor in. I could see it, but
yeah,
this
is another thing, like,
exclusively by people at Burning Man.
why would you want this in your $800 iPhone? Why wouldn't you get some separate product to do it that can probably do it better, because it's not built into this sleek little package that you have to point directly at a satellite and wait at least 15 seconds for it to send a message?
A short text
Why not
message
just
with
get
that. Which weirdly, by the way, why did they need to say the whole thing about we've got prepared messages for you? And some of those prepared messages were literally just like hell. I mean, they were slightly more verbose than that, but
they might have prepared the message video either before they realized that they needed to put in like pre-questionnaire stuff, or they didn't properly communicate with the marketing team, because I highly doubt the real messages are that short. Like, please help me, I'm on this mountain.
Yeah, it just didn't make any sense. Like, those messages weren't even helpful, if nothing else. Like, if you sent that to somebody, all they're gonna do is, okay, great, you're dying somewhere. How about some coordinates? How about, where you are? Anything. Tell us what happened to you. Do we need to go find Lassie to hunt you down? Like, there's got to be more to a message. But yeah, that was just bad demo work.
Yeah, I think that was a bad demo. I'm sure the actual messages are fine. And it is, like, I'm not saying this isn't a cool feature, and I'm not, like, saying, oh, it's completely pointless. I don't see why it was hyped up as so important. Well, and why it was hyped up as, like, you have to buy the iPhone 14 for this feature.
I'm gonna disagree with that. I think it was hyped up just because, like, this is a thing that right now we're ignoring that T-Mobile is trying to make this happen, but right now, like, a normal smartphone cannot do this, and like that in itself barely happens now. Like, we just don't get the thing like, wow, this is a completely new feature that has not been possible on normal phones before. So
and I'll add,
no, it's definitely cool, but it's like, it's the LG factor, if that makes sense. Like the LG Wing or whatever, that was cool, that was pretty new and novel, but how practical is that for most people? Like, is it worth increasing the cost of manufacture for a mainstream product? Okay,
I'm gonna throw in the counterpoint, and it's the one that's so painfully obvious. You wouldn't say that if like the one day that you actually need this,
I was stuck on top of a mountain.
Yeah, the one time that you find yourself actually needing this, or maybe not you, but someone you know and presumably like if this saves their life, or prevents them from some catastrophic outcome, then at that time you're like, okay, no, never mind. Get it, no objection, no problem.
No, I know that, but like, I know this is kind of cynical, but like a less like gut reaction thing and more utilitarian thing or like practical thing is this really worth it? Like the risk of being stuck on a mountain somewhere where you didn't bring proper equipment and you happen to have your iPhone 14 within 2 years of buying it.
Which I want to come back to that. But to be fair, what if you did bring proper equipment and it got lost, stolen, broken, whatever, and you just all that's left is the iPhone?
What if that happened to the iPhone too?
All the equipment
right.
It would be
was
just
good.
as likely to happen to the iPhone as well.
But redundancy. Dude,
Yeah.
you know, redundancy sometimes matters.
I get that. I get the very extreme what if scenario. I think part of what bothers me about it though is that, and I'm coming to the eSIM thing, I think that bothers me because Apple's event was like, oh my goodness, what if you get in a car crash that would literally flatten you into a pancake? Our watch will call 911 for you. Or what if you're stuck on top of a mountain that doesn't have service while that guy in the middle of a snowstorm on Everest did have service and you need to call emergency services or whatever? But then they don't give you a physical SIM, which is a super common thing to need still.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this is worse than like when Apple ditched ADB or ditched floppy drives or ditched the CD drive, because in all those cases you could adapt at least. In this case, you literally cannot. If your carrier doesn't support eSIM, you can't use an iPhone 14. There's no way around that. There's no weird hacky workaround you can buy on eBay for $14. You can't use your iPhone 14 on a carrier unless it supports eSIM.
So yeah, I'll agree with that. I think to kind of put a slightly differently shaped bow on the point about the emergency broadcast, I think there's validity to it. I think it's important to have it. It's great that they added it. And certainly I'd kind of like to think that maybe we'll see more of that kind of thing showing up in Android phones. Though maybe ideally it'll use a different system that is easier to reach and might not require like specifically aiming your phone at a satellite. Honestly,
that is interesting about the T-Mobile thing, because
exactly.
Technically only T-Mobile customers can use that. Anyone's gonna be able, in the US at least, is gonna be able to use it for emergency services.
Right.
And I'm pretty sure you don't need a special phone. I'm not sure you even need a software update for it to technically work.
Right.
Yeah.
And also you won't need a paid subscription, which seems to be part of this thing for the iPhone 14, and
at least for 2 years.
Yeah, you get it free for 2 years, after which how much is it gonna cost, and what are the limits? Are you gonna have to explicitly pay for
I
this?
doubt it's gonna be a monthly subscription thing.
No.
It's probably gonna be like you have to pay $30 to send a message or something, and we're gonna bill you automatically.
Oh, I was thinking
we're not gonna block you from doing it.
I was thinking that they were probably gonna try to do like a we'll loop this in with like your with some subscription you already paid to Apple, and it'll just be included with that, and then you'll probably also maybe have to pay per message or something. But
Apple One, you get
honestly,
you get your favorite TV shows and emergency phone call, the perfect bundle.
I think it would be a really bad look if Apple didn't at least make it so that you could always send a message. It's just going to charge you later. Like, after hyping this up as some life-saving emergency feature, and then you're past your 2 years and you try to send an emergency message and it's like, oh, you got to subscribe to iCloud Plus before you can send that.
Okay, you call it a bad look. I call it exactly something they'd be okay with. But yeah, I agree.
You have to, like,
the thing is, I think they would
send your credit card number over the text that take 5 minutes.
15 minutes to update your account.
I'm bleeding out. My leg is gone. I don't have time for this.
Okay.
The support guy's like, I didn't get the expiration date, sir.
Okay, I just want to explain. This is actually the plot to 127 Hours Part 2. Oh God, you guys never saw that movie, of course.
No.
I don't watch movies, Cody.
That's fine.
You know this.
Yeah.
Is this a dystopian technology warning Black Mirror thing?
No, 127 Hours. It was a movie about a guy who, him and a friend were hiking through these. I don't know what to call it. Anyway, he was hiking through this area. He slipped into a crevasse, and a boulder,
Oh, is this where he got his leg stuck or whatever?
arm. A boulder comes down,
I know this.
crushes his arm against a rock wall, and he ends up having to cut off his arm to get out. It's a true story. Blah blah blah. But yeah, that was the title of the movie makes it convenient for this joke, and also the actual plot of the movie. But the title mostly. It'll take 127 hours for you to reactivate your account so you can send a message.
Yeah. So I do have to go, but before I go, I did want to mention one kind of there was more details about the satellite stuff that I thought was kind of interesting. The company that Apple is using for the satellite stuff is Globalstar Inc., which already has a satellite network. Like they already do like business emergency communication stuff. Like they already do this. So Apple's not building the satellites themselves. The satellites don't have like an M2 chip in them. Not running Sat OS. Well, what was interesting is they had to file a Form 8K for the SEC because Apple's giving them a lot of money and they're publicly traded. And that filing showed that Apple is paying them $450 million for network upgrades. And what I think is really interesting is that the agreement gives them Goldstar will set aside I'll read the quote is Globestar will quote allocate 85% of its current and future network capacity, quote, just for Apple.
85%.
Apple gets 85% of their existing network. just for iPhone.
Wow.
Which is kind of that's like kind of insane. Like wow, but like when you think about it, like like there aren't a lot of these satellites, or this company doesn't have a lot of satellites. Starlink is like thousands at this point, but I looked at their website. They said they had 24. So that's oh no, I'm sorry,
just
that's
behind GPS.
I'm sorry, that's 24 ground stations. I couldn't find a good number about how many satellites they have. They're doing the Starlink thing too as well, where they have a bunch of them in like really low Earth orbit. And I saw there's like I hadn't fully read it, but The Verge posted something about how they're like using the same kind of frequencies as Starlink, and SpaceX isn't happy. But
So then why is the Apple thing so finicky?
I don't know the exact differences. I mean, like the T-Mobile Starlink thing is also going to be finicky. Like it's also going to start out where you can only send text messages and it's going to be slow. But I know
but it's not like you have a special antenna in your phone that points exactly at a satellite.
Yeah, but like I believe this is using their existing satellites. Maybe they'll do the Starlink thing where they'll send up new ones later on that can do more.
I was gonna say that at $450 million, they definitely have some money
Plans
to ship a few more things up into orbit. So it's not impractical. It's just
So like that number, like it's surprising and also not surprising at the same time, because Apple's gonna sell a lot of iPhones, like to the point where in the past when they've made iPhones, there's no single company on earth that could fill all of the modem orders, which is why they had to split their modems across Intel and Qualcomm for so long. So like I know they sell a bunch of iPhones, so the fact that they need an entire constellation of satellites for this emergency feature isn't too surprising, but it's still kind of like, oh wow, they're like kind of serious about this. They just commandeered an entire network for this.
Okay.
Honestly, if they're doing low orbit, it kind of makes me wonder: are they going to launch their own carrier?
Probably not
Because
with this, but
No.
the whole point of the low orbit stuff is supposed to be that it's lower latency, higher capacity, etc., etc.
well, and easier for a regular phone to reach.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see them doing a carrier with
Maybe
this.
maybe not as like a direct competitor to Verizon, T-Mobile, and everything, but like as a if you're in a dead zone, you can use
as
our
an alternative
service.
to T-Mobile's new thing with SpaceX.
Yeah, the Starlink alternative sort of thing, but for all iPhones, not locked to T-Mobile or whatever.
Right. I mean, they certainly could. I don't think it's impossible. It just sounds like, honestly, I think they'd have to sink more, like a lot more money into it than that in order to make that a practical reality. And
Yeah, probably.
and especially for the sheer number of iPhones that are out there, to cover that kind of capacity, if by some fluke a lot of them try to use it at once, that would be incredibly demanding.
I don't think it would be global. Like T-Mobile's isn't global.
Right.
And yeah, they would have to buy Spectrum.
Right. It wouldn't.
Although who knows? Maybe Apple owns Spectrum. They're quietly buying up all of Sprint's old stuff.
I don't think they could do that quietly. But
I am kind of surprised Apple has not tried to make at least like a MVMO yet.
Yeah.
Considering, like, especially with the Apple Card stuff, where they're like totally okay with having a kind of important service that only works with their stuff.
well, I talked
Maybe
about
it's
this
the
on my
whole
Discord
eSIM
yesterday. Why not? Why not try to work out a deal with all of the carriers where you just flat out say, look, pay Apple X amount of money, which is some way too high price, which of course they would love. And the customers who would be willing to do this kind of thing would not care. And all it does is just connect to literally everybody. Obviously not maintain connection, but no, hey, you're going to get the best connection in this area from this carrier. Let's just have that universal access, and it just gives you a connection. Like that they have the antennas, they have the capability in every phone. It actually just makes sense to offer a service that is basically a universal MVNO that basically just spreads across AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, and US Cellular. Yes, US Cellular has to be in that list because they do cover some spots no one else does well.
3 towers.
3 towers, and they're all in Chicago and Oregon. But
There's a couple in Maine.
They have a guy with a shotgun out there in case Verizon gets any fun ideas about building a new tower there. Hey, buddy, it's my turf. Yeah.
They're partnered with Verizon.
Yeah. And Zach, they also have a lot in Florida for some reason.
That's weird.
Yeah, it really is. Why does one carrier have a ton of towers in 3 places, a few scattered in a couple of other places, and that's it? So bizarre.
Well, because they're partnered with Verizon. They've got national coverage without having to do much.
Well, they used to be
And they
partnered
cover
with
the places
Sprint,
Verizon
so,
can't.
that was a
They
thing.
did?
Yeah. Yeah, they used to
That
partner with
must have been
Sprint
a
for their
while
roaming.
ago. Because when I had Verizon in 2016 and earlier,
Oh yeah.
we roamed on US Cellular sometimes.
Yeah, I don't know about 2016 necessarily, but there was definitely a time that they were partnering with Sprint for their roaming.
That was a bad choice.
It really was, which I'm sure is why they switched. But anyway,
The satellite stuff's kind of interesting. I'm really interested in seeing how it shakes out with. I think the T-Mobile SpaceX stuff is also going to be a little bit more dicey, especially because it's the same situation where SpaceX already has like a lot of its own customers, which are going to be competing now for that network bandwidth. Like this is a thing Starlink is already dealing with, where like speeds in some areas are getting worse because more customers are getting on. and they have to
Yeah.
keep launching new satellites, and it's like,
But
Yeah.
the T-Mobile
Okay.
thing's not meant to be fast. It's meant to be you're in
Yeah.
a dead
I
zone
know,
and you
I know,
send a
but it's-
text,
yeah, but
Yeah.
it's still,
which is something I really look forward to. Honestly, there are so many little tiny dead patches around here where it would just be nice to have that coverage to be able to like check my map or send a text or something. And that's one of the reasons I'm really excited for this, as much as I don't like Elon Musk.
Okay, I also want to throw in kind of that counter issue that most of the customers that already existed, I don't know this with certainty, obviously, but I think it's safe to say almost all of them are consistent users of that service. As in, the hardware that they have that talks to those satellites, it transmits and receives a fairly regular amount of data, which is basically solid and consistent. They just signed an agreement with T-Mobile where, honestly, like, yes, there's now competition for some of that, but they're going to get a ton of money out of T-Mobile for something that is it's going to be inconsistent, but more importantly, it's probably not going to be anywhere near the same like dollar for data that their existing customers are doing. So they're probably going to make a lot of money off of this, which they can then use, at least in part, to feed into building more infrastructure, which basically just means sticking another,
yeah,
a couple hundred or thousand
another
whatever
pile,
satellites in the air.
toss them on. We have plenty
More
of room.
telescope blocking satellites.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't
Like,
need
Did they ever fix that?
No.
Like, I remember astronomer Twitter being all up in arms about the Starlink satellites because they interfered with telescopes, and then it just kind of stopped.
Yeah, because they just acknowledged there was nothing they could do. Like, at a certain point, you just have to admit the sky is ruined.
Capitalism is more important.
It's sort of like astrophotographers who look for places they can go that don't have light pollution. Like, you can whine about it all for the rest of your life, or just admit that the next time you want to go take a photo of the sky, which honestly is not that exciting, you're just gonna have to go somewhere else. Like, hop in your car, drive for 6 hours. Hey, you found a spot that's not as light polluted. That's just life. There's no point fighting it anymore.
Yeah.
It's kind of
Yeah,
sad.
I think the satellite. I'm interested in how that happens, because this is something that like it has clearly been in develop. Like a lot of companies have been trying to make this happen for a couple of years, and it's just happening like right now. So I'm
Everyone's doing it.
yeah.
Up on the
Sure.
bandwagon.
Yeah, so I'm interested in that, and I am also going to go now. So
Okay, bye.
have fun arguing.
All right, Corbin.
Oh, we will.
Yeah, pretty much. Take it easy, man.
Bye. I mean, I know I've been saying this a lot, but I am excited for the T-Mobile thing. I know it's not rolled out yet, and it's always possible that it's just going to keep getting delayed and keep getting delayed and keep getting delayed, but it would be really nice to just even have the texts and calls in the dead zones and eventually have slowish data.
I'm skeptical that I'm skeptical that the experience is going to be that good in dead zones, just because I think we talked about this before. I think we did. Maybe it was on my own Discord. Anyway, I have a funny feeling you probably are going to have to like sort of manually activate the mode to connect to the satellites, as opposed to like some automatic thing. Maybe it will automatically, like after a certain period of time without a connection, it might kick over to the satellites. But
Well, I
I'm
mean, I'm
skeptical.
wondering, how is it going to tell the difference? I think the most you could really do without a specific update on the phone side would be for the satellite towers to have a low priority, or say that they're super low speed compared to terrestrial towers, so that the phone would try to prioritize terrestrial towers. Anyway,
your phone is going to have to burn battery a lot harder to transmit that distance. So you're already talking about a good reason why it's just not going to talk to the satellites first. It seems like this is going to have to be a special mode.
But that's what I'm wondering, because it's still, as far as I can tell, they really don't want to give details. It's just cell signal. So, like, would it then have to be some special PLMN so that your phone doesn't normally connect to it, and you have to, like, open the T-Mobile app that has carrier privileges so that it can tell your phone to connect to it?
That would be my assumption. Though I'd like to think that it won't require opening an app per se, but like maybe a quick settings tile, but whatever, you know, the exact implementation details aside. I'm assuming that this is going to mostly require manual interaction. It's possible it won't. Like I said, maybe there would be a timeout scenario where it would kick over, or if for whatever reason it can just detect, hey, all the towers are going to be inaccessible, we'll use the satellites instead. What would worry me to some extent, with any automatic solution, is what if you go into a place that just doesn't stand any chance of connecting to anything, like a basement, or, you know, some secret government facility that is absolutely, you know, totally radio blind. Obviously I'm saying that somewhat sarcastically, but like this is the stuff where that I think is as common a reason people can't get a signal as being in a dead zone. Just as many people go into dead zones as people who go into a basement that is just never going to reach anything.
Yeah, but we already have that problem with normal cell service, and I'm pretty sure Android has mostly solved it. Like, I remember back in 2015 and 2016, if my phone didn't get a signal, it would just burn through battery.
Yeah,
because it was constantly searching for a signal, but it's a lot better now in my experience, and I don't see why it would be so different if one of the sources is now a satellite instead of a tower.
I think the difference here is with the towers, yes, what they were doing typically is they would boost the signal up and try to search constantly. They moved to more of a sort of polling strategy where, for lack of a better way to put it, they turn the power down and hope that you get a connection again, and every once in a while they turn it up to see if anything's out there, you know, kind of an ET phone home. We don't get a signal, screw it, let's go to sleep for a little bit and try again later.
That's interesting. I wonder why they can't do something.
I'm sure they could, but again, we're talking about the satellites you already have to transmit at a really high energy usage for the satellites, where at least with normal cell towers you can use a much lower power throughput.
Right,
also,
but like,
yes,
if
Austin,
you don't have satellite signal,
I love the T-Mobile Tuesday joke.
Yeah. But like, if you don't have satellite signal, couldn't it use the same strategy as normal cell signal, which works fine for the most part? If you really need signal right away and you know you have it, just toggle airplane mode. Why does it have to be significantly different? Like, when it's in use, sure, you're going to have a much higher transmit power. But when you're just searching for a signal, can't you tell what a signal is by mostly only receiving?
No, and I'm with you on that. What I'm getting at is, with the sheer frequency that people are going to be in, again, a basement or something like that, you just don't even want it to try because you're going to destroy the battery life. In those scenarios, you just want to be able to leave it off, which, again, like I said this before, it could be an automatic thing, or it could be a thing that requires kind of a manual opt-in. I'm not really sure which. But
are you saying in a scenario where you would get satellite but you don't get terrestrial?
No.
Oh, so then I don't see why there would be...
Wait, sorry. I'm not sure. The way you said that,
You would a situation
okay,
where
you're
you
talking...
wouldn't get terrestrial service and you wouldn't want a connection. You don't need one, but satellite would be in range, so your phone will automatically connect and burn through its battery. Is that what you're talking about?
See, if you just said dead zone, it would have made it would have translated to me easier. Okay, what I'm getting at is what I foresee happening. If obviously you're near normal cell towers, you're just going to talk to them. Plain and simple. It's not even going to try to communicate with the satellites. If you go into a dead zone, which is indistinguishable from a basement, let's just say, to the phone, it is indistinguishable at first. At that stage, I'm saying I'm not sure if the phone would have an automatic failover where it then turns on the satellite signal and tries to communicate with those, or maybe it's going to leave it up to the user to manually say, you know what, I'm in the middle of nowhere, I need to talk to something, so let's turn on the satellites. I'm saying I don't know which it's going to be, but I could see there being reason to not have that be on automatically, because it will eat battery, because every time it turns it on to poll, it has to go full strength blasting a signal trying to poll, and that could burn your battery pretty quickly, even if it's just polling intermittently.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Why does it have to be sending a signal out? Why can't it just be looking at existing signals? Like, I don't know enough about how cell networks work to know that this is possible or not. But wouldn't the signal that the satellite is sending out, doesn't that carry details about what it is, like the PLMN, the network, the band, whatever, without the phone having to talk back to the tower?
My understanding is it's more that you're putting more power into the receiver to pick up an imperfect signal.
That doesn't make sense to me. Because it's
I'm
a
not
receiver.
enough of an I am nowhere near
putting power into a receiver doesn't make the receiver better at receiving. It makes it better at sending.
Then it wouldn't be a receiver, Zach.
Yeah, exactly. That was my point.
But my understanding is, and this isn't my field. I'm just going on really weak bits and pieces of understanding here, but my understanding is it's sort of like turning up the gain on a thing. You can pump more power into it to make it more sensitive effectively. Austin knows a lot more about this stuff and would be able to comment better, but though, as he's pointing out, one of the parts is you do have to just simply run the modem longer, because the signal is, I guess the way I would describe it is scratchy. It's going to be an imperfect signal, and so you have to listen. I get
that when you're actually sending and receiving stuff, you're going to have to do stuff for longer, because you're going to have to try more. You're going to have to retry more.
Yeah,
but
also even listening for a signal, you're going to be listening more.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Would you actually be, because the phone is listening anyway when it doesn't have service and when it has service.
Yeah.
But like, just from the experience I have on the developer user end of Android's modem, at least, like making that cell reader app, it seems like a very push thing. Like, information is pushed to the device. The device every so often just kind of looks at the signals it's receiving, runs some processing on the device to parse the information it's given, and then displays that to the modem itself and to the user through the API. It's not something where it gets a signal from what it thinks could be a tower, and then it has to send out like a polo signal to get a Marco back or whatever, and get the actual information.
Technically,
that only happens when you register.
Yeah, technically it is doing that. It's just not for the reason you're describing. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just my thought from how it works, from my experience, would be like, it would be receiving a satellite cellular signal, like a terrestrial cellular signal, and to know whether it can connect or not, or to at least make a reasonable guess, it doesn't need to send any information out ahead of time. It just needs to see, like, okay, this is 310.260, this is band 2 or whatever they're going to end up using.
Right.
I think I can connect. Let me try now.
Right. And for listening, it probably can do that to some extent. But keep in mind that no matter what, it's still also going to try to connect. And it is going to transmit to a satellite if it can hear one.
Yeah. But then, like, if it tries to connect, it's going to take a little bit of power to do the
It's going to take a lot
the
of
initial
power,
attempt.
but-
A lot of power. It's going to take some amount of power to make an initial attempt to connect. But if it fails, it can say, okay, I have marked this GCI as something that I can't connect to right now. Let me try again if the user's location changes, or let me try again in 30 minutes.
Let's hope it's more frequent than 30 minutes, but yeah. Yeah, and that's exactly the thing. I'm sure that they will be able to optimize it to some extent, but my point is, I don't know that that's something that they're necessarily going to want to leave on all the time. That's it. I don't know how much power it's going to take to listen for satellite signals. I don't know how much power it's going to take just leaving the modem on longer when you're basically listening for a signal. That's something that,
again, I don't see why it has to be on for longer to listen to a signal, because until it actually tries to register and send stuff, a satellite cellular tower is exactly the same as a terrestrial one,
except it's still
if it's
further
only
away.
receiving. Well, yeah, it matters when you're sending, but I don't see that it matters so much when you're receiving, at least just basic information, nothing time sensitive, like retrieving a web page. Obviously, that's going to have higher latency.
Yeah, I still don't know. I don't know enough about it, but the distance I do think is going to factor in for interference and things like that too, which probably shouldn't be discounted. But we're already, both of us, stepping so far over our experience level. I'm just imagining Austin sitting here listening like, oh my god, these guys need to shut up.
Well, it's gotta be if Apple takes 15 seconds at minimum to send a message to mid or high orbit satellites, it's gotta be shorter than that, just by virtue of being closer.
Well, I mean, they're talking about, like, we're talking about the difference between sending a short text message taking a really long time, and with T-Mobile's thing, you're going to be able to have phone conversations. Like, these are two completely different levels of throughput. So
Yeah, I mean, I'm mostly thinking about the texting, the messaging. I know there's going to be calls, and they're hoping to eventually do data, and it's actually, I'm wondering if they're not doing data yet because they want to see how well texts and calls work out.
oh, I expect
And
so.
they want to prepare for data.
There's
But
also,
I'm really
I'm
mostly
sure,
thinking about texting.
right. I'm sure that there's also some degree of with the data, they probably just don't have the satellite set up for the throughput yet.
Yeah, that's probably a thing. And I'm not imagining that the data is going to be unlimited speeds. It's probably going to be like
no.
5 megabits per second or lower.
Are you kidding?
But-
Honestly, I'm expecting some 2G, 3G speeds out of that. Maybe.
But it's one of those cases where it's much less of an edge case scenario sort of thing than what Apple's going for. And something is usually better than nothing. Like, even if it takes 30 seconds for my phone to successfully send a text message, I can still just put it on a table or something and wait. I don't have to stand there looking like an idiot, turning around,
Pointing your
twisting
phone to
my
the
phone
sky.
around to keep in line with a satellite. 4 megabits per second per cell? What does cell mean here? Is there one cell per satellite? That would be weird.
Hey, David Llama. Yeah, there's so much detail here that...
I wish they would tell us.
Well, yeah, it'd be great if they just told us a lot more about it. That's definitely true. Oh yeah, QPR
Yeah, I would be.
came out today.
I would be happy with 4 megabits per second in a dead zone, because that's 4 megabits more than I was getting before.
Yeah, again, you know, this is kind of going back to the earlier point. Anything is better than nothing, which is why Apple's emergency broadcast is nice. Anything is better than nothing, but I am very curious also just the general how effective and reliable is it going to be for T-Mobile. Presumably they're going to have basically near total coverage, but I want to see if that actually works in practice.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're talking about megabytes or megabits. But also, like, how many... Is a cell a satellite, or is a cell a component of a satellite and there are a bunch of cells per satellite?
Or is cell a representation of like some chunk of bandwidth or something like that?
It's too complicated. Just give me my satellite internet.
We all should just be walking around with dishes strapped to our backs, like...
Let's use all our Bluetooth earbuds as antennas.
You know, that actually used to be kind of the thing with wired
have a
earbuds.
radio antenna.
You know, your wired earbuds were the antenna that they used to pick up AM and FM radio.
I'm sure those are precise enough for satellite internet.
Absolutely. What could go wrong?
No problem.
Okay, so I have a feeling we could go on about this for entirely too long.
We could. We have.
Let's see. So, do we want to pick on the under-display fingerprint reader thing, or do we want to talk RCS drama?
Let's talk RCS.
Okay.
I don't know if there's more we can get out of making fun of Joe.
Oh, to be fair, I barely touched that conversation. I have plenty I could say. But but yeah, it pretty much hinges on making fun of a specific editorial. So anyway, we'll do the RCS thing, which, funny enough, I don't think there's a lot to say here, but we'll get to it. So for anyone who somehow missed this, and it was pasted into Discord, so I'm sure everybody has seen this, but Nilay Patel apparently has quoted Tim Cook being questioned about RCS, and he claims, quote, "I don't hear our users asking that we put a lot of energy into RCS. I would love to convert you to an iPhone," he says. The person who was asking questions then said something about, "I can't send my mom certain videos," and Tim responds with saying, "Buy your mom an iPhone." I'm sorry, but there's something that bothers me about this, and I'm not calling Nilay a liar. I'm not saying he's screwed up, but this really doesn't read like something Tim Cook typically would say, unless this is something where, like, someone's asking him a question as he's trying to walk by and he's just trying to, like, dismiss somebody, kind of a thing. It just doesn't sound like him. I've said this a few times. I want video of him saying this. It feels like there were so many people there. You're telling me no one recorded video of this encounter, I kind of want to hear it. It just doesn't sound right to me.
That would be interesting, because if this is just made up, couldn't that be libel?
And again, I'm not saying it's made up. And it could be, honestly, this could be like a paraphrasing of what was said. So it's not an exact quote.
That's what I'm thinking.
Part of my objection here is that it just doesn't sound like how Tim Cook answers questions or responds typically. So if it's a paraphrasing and it was said differently, okay, that's totally fine, and I could kind of maybe believe it. But it is so flippant, it is so dismissive, it just doesn't sound like how he talks to people, which is why I really I want to hear it in full context. I don't want Nilay's secondhand retelling of it. Again, I'm not calling out Nilay. I'm just saying, like, in tweet form, this isn't cutting it for me. I want more than this.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that last line is a purposeful paraphrasing to make it sound more harsh.
And it does sound really harsh.
Like, I'm sure Tim Cook would say something to that effect, but it would be much more nice and southern.
Well, and Steve Jobs, 1,000% honestly, would have said
he would have said
this. These words.
Buy an iPhone and stop holding it wrong. But
yes. But no questions asked. Steve Jobs would have been a dick about it and absolutely would have said this. If not, maybe been more dickish. I could totally see him saying, our users don't care about that. And then he might not have even answered any more questions. He might have dismissed the person after that. But, he would have blown people off. Tim Cook, he's not typically this dismissive.
He has the mom persona from Futurama. Behind the scenes, he's an evil capitalist, but puts on a very nice, warm exterior for the public.
Which is funny because that's how people perceive Steve Jobs towards the end. Everyone thought of him as being the nice old man who just kind of likes technology. Because they apparently forgot the 20 years that he was a raging a-hole when he did stuff. But anyway.
Well, how much of that was really, like, super public?
It
doesn't seem like he really...
Watch some of those old Macworld keynotes that he was on. He cut loose a lot more than people remember. But yeah, anyway, so Hiroshi Lockheimer also responded to this saying, quote, "It's clear why Apple is opposing interoperability, but people should be able to send high quality videos and photos to their mom without having to buy her a new phone." I appreciate Google taking the sort of high road on this, but man, I don't think anything he says is going to make any change here. I don't think anything is going to move the needle for Apple other than, at this stage, the DOJ or Congress getting involved. Honestly.
That's going to happen.
I don't see Congress getting involved now. Not unless some really... Well, okay, I can see one scenario where Congress gets involved, and so, God, I hate that this is about to turn political, but if you get a whole bunch of Republicans mad enough at Apple, and then put this in front of them as the reason to be mad at Apple, or a reason to be mad at Apple, show them that big tech is doing a terrible thing to half of the population, and then remind them that their half of the population is probably more predominantly Android users. They might get interested in this. They might learn to care. That's the only way I see. No. That's the only way I see Congress getting into this. The DOJ is already. Everyone knows the DOJ is already looking into Apple, so that this will probably eventually come across that issue. It just, it's going to take a long time because the DOJ is kind of busy. They have a lot going on.
It'd be nice if the FCC had any power. Or the FTC?
Well, both. Though the FCC would actually be very within their bounds to touch this. This is actually... Well, that's an interpretation issue. I know that...
With our Supreme Court?
Our Supreme Court would have to be... There would have to be a lawsuit for them to really step into something like this. I know that they can voluntarily rule on things that they don't have technically brought before.
And you don't think Apple would countersue?
It would take a while to get to the Supreme Court. And let's be honest, once that happens, if it reaches the point where Apple is suing and it reaches the Supreme Court, think about how much bad press that is. At that point, Congress will get involved because it'll just be too high profile to avoid.
It's true. Yeah, if the EU comes in and saves us again, I'm moving too. I'm going to Ireland.
They won't. Why would they? Nobody uses RCS outside of the US.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing. This is a US only problem. And it's going to stay that way. Everybody outside of the US is pretty much using, sadly, WhatsApp. Ugh. Nothing annoys me more than that it's WhatsApp. Facebook Messenger is more secure than WhatsApp. But anyway.
I like Telegram.
Yeah.
It's the WhatsApp that works on multiple devices.
Use Telegram.
No, WhatsApp has a beta or something.
Use Telegram. Use Protocol? Signal. Yeah.
Signal?
Why is Protocol coming to mind? Anyway. Yeah, use any one of... You know what? Go home, download some crappy app, set up a custom server in your house and use that. Any of these things are more secure than WhatsApp. An app that, no joke, in the black market, they had at one time something like 2,000 different exploits floating around for remote code execution. It is so bad that they couldn't even manage to organize how many different ways you could pay to exploit and run remote code in WhatsApp. Like, come on.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway. Come to think of it, there is actually one other possibility. Instead of it being Congress as a whole, it could be individual states. Like, once one state decides to sue Apple and force them to support RCS for members of that state, a bunch of other attorneys generals would just hop on board and it would become a thing.
Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of wondering, RCS in a lot of ways seems like too little, too late.
Oh yeah,
like,
100%.
Even people in the US are hopping to WhatsApp or Telegram. Like, even old people and people who don't know how to use their phones. People are just are using Discord or TikTok comments or whatever. Anything but texts. So many people just aren't using SMS anymore. They're using some other platform. Even Skype. Corbin's family uses Skype.
Yeah.
Like, it's a meme that text message spam is a meme for a reason. Because people just aren't using SMS anymore, even in the US, so when you get a text that's spam, it's more noticeable because there's less actual texts.
Right.
Like how most of the calls I get are spam calls, so I think of phone calls as spam calls because I usually don't get incoming calls that are real.
Yeah, no, and I get that. And I almost wanted, well, for obvious reasons, I would also draw the comparison to actual mail. You know, I'm not even kidding when I say this. I don't open letters anymore. They mostly just pile up because if it's from certain companies, I already know it is I know it's my credit card bill, which I'm going to pay online anyway. If it's from almost every place, I already know what's inside the envelope. I don't need to open it. I just know here's a thing I either am going to destroy or burn or whatever. or it's a thing that I need to stick in records just for the hell of it. And there's only, I'd say, maybe 1 to 2% of the letters that I receive that I actually need to open. And everything else is junk mail.
That's kind of funny because I almost have the opposite experience. Like, I'm fairly new to all the grown-up stuff, like a credit card and loan accounts and all that.
That's fair.
And so, I used to get, most of my mail was just credit card offers. Sign up for this credit card. You're pre-approved, which doesn't mean you were approved before. It means you're before approval, which is really stupid and should be illegal. But it was mostly just credit card offers and the occasional legitimate thing. And then I did the thing where I went to the credit bureau site or whatever that most of these places use and opted out of the offers, and I did stop receiving them. So now the mail I get is usually like my high school asking for donations, something from the IRS for Arrol, or something that isn't online, like my mail-in ballot, and can't be online because it's Pennsylvania. The East Coast is way behind on mail-in voting, or voting online or not in person.
Just behind in voting.
So like, and since I'm new to signing up for a lot of things like banking or credit cards, they all already offer paperless billing, and a lot of the time they give you like $1 discount or something if it's a subscription service to do paperless billing. So I just choose the paperless billing because it's easier for me anyway. So I don't have like this history of having to have physical mail for my bills and stuff because the internet wasn't there to support online billing yet. And I don't have to go through and like change all my stuff to online. So most of the mail I get is legitimately stuff that I couldn't get online.
For what it's worth, I actually don't get very many. I'm trying to think. I'm pretty sure I actually have paperless billing on all of my stuff. So when I say it's a bill, it's there's a couple of like utilities. Those are the only things that I still get paper bills for because I can't turn off I can't switch over to paperless for those. And again, like that's kind of my point though, is the stuff I get, it's pretty much pre-approved credit cards. It's junk mail. Like I don't get real mail hardly ever. It's just that stuff. Oh, and I do, even from the companies that I have paperless billing set for, a bunch of them still like to send those bullshit checks. You know, you can write a check in place of using your credit card, and we just charge you an astronomical interest rate on those. Yeah, that's the stuff I get. So anyway, I'm just drawing I'm drawing the comparison with SMS. Like most of the SMS messages I get, actually the vast majority of them, now I can't say this because so much of it goes to spam and I just don't see it. I'm sure that's a thing, but I'm sure the vast majority of what I get is spam, but the second largest number of text messages I get are codes, you know, the authentication codes.
Yeah.
To verify a phone number. Like that's what I use messaging for at this point. I'd say there's only maybe 3 to 4 people I actually send text messages to at all. And at this stage, actually, all of them are on RCS.
Yeah, that is the thing with texting and calling also. For me, now that there's all this stir-shaken stuff and Google Messages, spam filtering, we're back to mostly the only calls and texts you get are legitimate, but since no one calls or texts anymore, you just don't get anything.
Yeah. Okay, so Austin brought up an interesting point, which I'm about to absolutely refute in every way I possibly can. Sorry. So he says, if Apple is forced to open up iMessage, they will either charge a subscription fee to non-iPhone users or partner with WhatsApp. I'm not really sure what the partner with WhatsApp, how that would look, but they will not. If they are forced to do anything, it is not to open up iMessage. If anything, they will be. Here's why. The way iMessage works with an iPhone, and I know I'm explaining the obvious here, but they are replacing your SMS and MMS service effectively. They're full stop replacing them. What they are doing by doing that is basically replacing a part of infrastructure. If they are forced to open up iMessage in any capacity, it would not be sufficient for them to just say, here's a service other people can sign up for and start using on their Android phones, because basically they're replacing a part of infrastructure with what they would then be trying to charge select people for. If Congress is going to do anything, they're basically gonna, if anyone does anything, they're basically gonna say, look, there's a standard over here, it is implemented just like SMS and MMS, effectively implemented like-ish to those. They're the order is going to come down that they have to be compatible with it, not that they should just open up iMessage so other people can start using it. Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's the straight up infrastructure thing.
Yeah, I think it would be pretty hard to argue that iMessage itself is the anti-competitive part. It's the refusal to implement a standard, because you could just call iMessage it's Google Allo but integrated into the messaging app.
Okay, and he linked to.
This looks like a draft policy, right? That I can't read because I don't have a Bloomberg subscription.
How am I? Just open it in incognito should work, because I don't have a Bloomberg subscription either, and I'm reading it. So EU rules on messaging apps raise alarms on personal privacy. A new policy forcing competing services to talk to one another could prevent large companies from locking in customers, but it comes with risks. This is a lot of a read that I'm gonna skip down, but he has the highlight section. Quote, lawmakers say the rules leave ample time to make the changes. Major tech companies will have to allow users to send basic messages to one another on different platforms starting in 2024. Strictly speaking, this is already a thing. Like, they're not stopping the ability to send quote-unquote basic messages. iMessage just screws with anything that is a rich message. Anyway, quote, 2 years later, they'll have to make group messages interoperable. Again, technically, they have not actually made group messages non-interoperable. They just make the experience terrible.
This wouldn't force iMessage to be open, it would force them to adopt RCS. That's what this would do.
Yeah, and then at the very end it says, in 4 years they'll have to make it work for voice and video calls. Which, okay, that one's a little bit more advanced, and would mess with things, though.
What carriers don't support video over LTE at this point?
Yeah, so it's more that they would just have to make iMessage compatible with the carrier's various forms of video messaging, and I think that would probably count.
Yeah, it could just redirect you to the phone app.
Actually, if anything, what this might do is force the carriers to make their stuff compatible with each other.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't work in the US.
Well,
and I'm pretty sure most of the EU's stuff is already compatible. They've got 3 LTE bands and 1 VoLTE standard, and it all just works.
Yeah. I am a little unclear how much of an effect this would really have. It might maybe force Apple to kind of tinker a little bit, but this isn't, at least from this paragraph, what this one paragraph says, it doesn't strike me as enough to force Apple into doing anything in particular.
Yeah, because RCS and iMessage have basic interoperability. It's SMS.
So, let's see. Not every messaging service takes the same approach with encryption. WhatsApp and iMessage are end-to-end encrypted. Okay, that's not. Just doing a quick skim to see if anything jumps out at me as like, this definitely impacts Apple kind of a thing. They mentioned WhatsApp probably as much or more than Apple in this article.
Well, it is the EU.
Exactly. Yeah, I this gives me the real sense that they're not targeting Apple with this. Like, Apple could get caught in a little bit of the crossfire, but not enough of it to matter. And again,
also we kind of have this with SMS. Like, even Facebook Messenger can act as an SMS app on Android.
yeah,
So really, I think the thing that would have to change on Android is they would have to let any app send SMS again, even if it's not the default app.
Yeah.
Because the fallback here is it already exists. It's going to be SMS. It's not going to be RCS, because SMS supports everything they need here. They'd have to specifically say, you all have to support RCS, not you all have to support a basic standard.
Wait, really quick, and this isn't super important, but did they take away the ability for other apps to send SMS messages? I thought it was just you had to grant permission to an app to allow it to send an SMS, but it wasn't all by default anymore.
It's a little weird. In most sense, like, I don't understand it, because it does, like, all the developer documentation is like, you can only have one default SMS app, and in order to receive or send SMS, you have to be the default SMS app. But it's not true.
Right.
Like Join, the Tasker family app, can receive and send SMS, and it doesn't have to be the default, and it doesn't even need ADB commands. It's just different runtime permissions. I don't know if they added them later, like after Android 6 or whatever, or 5, and they just didn't like publicize them, and people never really, or mainstream apps never really took advantage of it. Because, like, if you open Google Messages and it's not your default app, it won't even show you anything.
Yeah, but to be fair, in the reading messages, you have to be the default app. I know that, and that's for security purposes.
You don't. I know you don't, because Join can read SMS just fine. It can receive, it can send, it gets notified, and it's possible that it uses the notification listener to know when you get an SMS, but it retrieves it from somewhere, because most texting apps, if it's a really long message, they're not going to show the whole thing.
Right.
But yeah, it does depend how the EU defines basic interoperability, because if it's just a vague, oh, they have to be able to send texts, images, and do calls, all these apps are just going to start implementing SMS receivers and senders on Android, and I guess iOS is going to have to do something different. But at least on Android, it would just be add SMS to your app.
Yeah.
Or make your own SMS server that it goes through with a different number instead of your phone's number. Because I'm pretty sure SMS is still easier to implement than RCS. Because RCS is kind of a mess.
It really is.
Like,
I'd
bad.
have to read through this to get actual specifics. This doesn't seem like it's gonna. Just from this article, what I'm seeing from skimming, it just doesn't feel like it has that big of an effect, and it's probably just creating rules that might require a little bit of tinkering, but probably not massive changes. It's certainly not enough that it's going to make Apple like cave on iMessage. And not to dive too deep into this, but also Apple will 100% do stuff that's based on market. So even if the EU were to rule and decide to basically break the iMessage control, Apple would 100% keep things going in the US just to keep that lock. They want that lock in, and they're going to hold on to it until the last day. I honestly, like, if they get forced to do this, if there is a deadline date, they will run it till the last, literally the hour that deadline lands. I'm confident of this, and I wouldn't even be surprised if maybe they ask for more time, or, well, they'll sue to prevent it as long as possible. But if once they finally give in, I think they will hold on to this as far as possible. Maybe even eat some fines if they can delay it more.
Yeah, I was gonna say, unless the EU makes these the fines for this really high, or has actual like criminal or civil
they'll never go to criminal
punishments. There's a very low chance that Apple's gonna actually follow it. They're just gonna pay the fines, because that's how big gigantic companies work now.
Yeah, it's honestly, they make so much more money from the iPhone sales that any fine short of literally millions per day is probably just, it's the cost of doing business.
And it's kind of annoying that even the EU seems too afraid to put in scaling fines. Like, the fine should be based on how much your company makes, not just like, $500.
Well, for stuff like this, yes, agreed. Though, one thing that has always bothered me about EU's fines, which ironically, this is one of the few times I am not against it, which is a weird thing to say, but the EU typically fines companies based on their worldwide income, not the amount of money that they bring in because of the EU or in the EU, which I've always found deeply offensive, because it's sort of like, well, I have a personal issue with this from years back. When I moved from Oregon to Nevada many years ago, I'd been living in Oregon for about 4.5 months out of that year, or 5 months out of that year, something like that. And the amount of money that I made in Oregon for the first however many months of that year was nothing compared to what I made as soon as I moved to Nevada. It literally, like, I think the first 2 months living in Nevada, I made what I had made the whole rest of the first half of the year in Oregon. But Oregon's taxes are done against your entire income for the year, even if you didn't live there. So I paid in state taxes to Oregon that year. I actually paid the entire amount of money that I officially made in Oregon that year in taxes. The entire amount of that whole year, just straight to Oregon, which was ridiculous.
Yeah, but you weren't making money in both Oregon and Nevada at the same time.
No.
Which Apple is doing in this metaphor.
Yeah, in this specific scenario, Apple creating lock-in and abusing iMessage, yeah, that is a thing that is factored in over the entire world. It is an advantage that they have because of the entire world, even if it's really just a US thing. So in this scenario, like I said, I would actually be in favor of it, but generally speaking, when the EU finds, like they find Microsoft countless times, they find Google, holy crap, so many times, and like the number of customers that are affected by some ruling that the EU does only affects those in the EU. But the EU decides to charge Google fines based on the amount that Google makes worldwide, which has an impact of customers that have nothing to do with the EU. It's sort of that's what I'm saying, is that is an unethical fine.
I get that for like a company that maybe offers completely separate services in the different areas, but it's like if you find them only based on their EU revenue, unless it's a really high percentage of only their EU revenue, they're not gonna care, or they're gonna pull out of the market.
Yeah, no kidding. But that's a choice
But
that they logically would make. Though I would
if
argue
you
they're way more likely to pull out of the market if what you're charging them is based on their worldwide income as opposed to what their income would be in your market.
Yeah, but then if you're charging based on global income, there's also the possibility that they're going to actually comply. If you're charging them based on just the local income, they're super unlikely. They're way less likely to care.
Yeah, then they're
To
just
do
more
any
likely
action.
to keep paying the fine in perpetuity.
Yeah, so they're way less likely to do what the law actually says, but if you charge them on their global income or their global revenue, they're more likely to at least take notice.
Okay, or charge them a higher rate based on the local income.
But how is that different from just charging them up based on their global income?
Because it is ethically correct. The EU prides itself on being super ethical with a whole bunch of their stuff, even though they're holy crap, they are so not. So why not just, do it correctly? I'll tell you, if you go to the IRS and say, well, I paid you the right amount at the end of the day, does it matter that I put it in all the wrong columns and lied to you about how much things cost and all this other stuff? I still paid you the right amount. The IRS is going to look at you and say, yes, shut the hell up, you dumbass. You have to do the taxes correctly. That's how we figure things out. We don't care if you paid us the right amount. Well, we do. But we're going to fine you anyway because you told us the wrong things on the way to getting the right amount. The EU could do the same thing. Okay, and let me just give kind of a totally made up, but I think it fits example. Let's just say for a second that actually we can use a pretty real example. It's displaced. Let's say for a second that the EU decided to implement Australia's law that screwed with the showing headlines and snippets from articles. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
Okay, so Australia passed this law basically saying that all major internet services, this includes Reddit, Google, Facebook, a bunch of others, and Facebook and Google have been the big, against this companies. Basically, it says that if you show any part of a article from any company that is in Australia, any news organization that's in Australia, you have to pay some amount of money basically to that company for using their content. And on the face of it, that kind of makes sense, though when you logically think about it, this is basically saying, hey, yeah, take away half of the thing that was actually selling people on going to watch or read this article. Anyway, putting all that aside, now let's say for a second Google doesn't do this. They refuse to pay. So and they also continue to show this stuff. Let's say that instead of some other sort of legal recourse, the EU just decides, or this could be Australia or whoever, they just decide what they're going to do is fine Google. But they're going to fine Google on Google's total worldwide income, even though their law only impacts the users who live in Australia and the companies that operate in Australia. So you're saying effectively that Australia could, there's some person who is in Germany right now who happens to pop up a web page, they do a search and they come up with some snippet that comes from a news source in the US. That is money that Google made, presumably in some roundabout way. They made that money off of that German user visiting a US site, or not visiting, but reading a snippet from that US site. But Australia's over there saying, you know what? That German user visiting a US or getting something from a US site, that is some of Google's money. We want part of that. Do you see why this is a problem?
Yeah, and I can also see why.
It doesn't have to be a German user. It could be a US user. I don't know why I made that distinction. But yeah, they have no reach into that, but they're still going to, they've decided that they're going to charge for it. And this is what the EU does when it comes up with those fines for Google. It is unethical. It is literally a countrywide method of stealing money. Okay.
I don't really agree. I understand it. I just don't really agree, at least in this case.
Okay, I just think it is an unethical way of choosing how to calculate. When in reality they could just say, instead of making up this false logic of charging based on the company's entire income, just say, you know what, users in our country make up 14% of your user base. Actually, for easy math, I'm just going to say 20%. Even though I believe the EU actually literally is 14%. If that's the case, let's say 20%. Just charge them 5 times more per user. There you go. You get the same number, but it's an ethical cow. That's my argument. They're still going to charge per day. They're still charging an astronomical amount, and Google is still going to be sitting there like, you know what? We're not going to pay you. So they're still going to make their money. It's not like Google's going to leave the market entirely.
Well, they could.
Wait, we've got another random private chat?
Oh yeah, don't worry about it.
Anyway, sorry. Random things that don't make sense. Okay, what the hell were we talking about? Oh yeah, iMessage.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, I think we're pretty much talked out on this subject anyway. But yeah, I just don't see any way that Apple's going to move even a little bit. They're not going to budge. They know that there are a bunch of Android users that want this, and they know that they can just keep holding strong, and it benefits them. At this stage, I'm starting to think it might actually be helping Apple bringing attention to this, because now the more Apple just holds strong and refuses to give in, it's just kind of highlighting how much people lose by being green bubbles and how much they gain by going to an iPhone. And that leverage is an advantage. It kind of sucks, but that's probably what's actually going to come out of this now. At least until some lawmaker gets involved in this and decides to make it stink. Don't know which is sadder, Apple saying F you or Google crying on Twitter about it. Yeah, no, that's...
The Google thing could at least possibly be giving Apple some negative press.
I think it's the opposite.
I don't know if it's going to be enough, but it's, you know...
Sorry, I said this while you were gone, but I honestly think it's the opposite now. Because Apple holding strong, to anyone who's watching this, they're right now just kind of sitting there going, okay, well, you know, how big of a difference is it? Like, I think this is raising attention for how much more like fluid the experience is for iMessage users, and it's kind of serving as advertising to go get an iPhone now, even if it is clearly the unethical thing to do, or, you know, the dickish thing to do. Maybe not unethical, I don't know, but like, I think this is helping Apple more than it's hurting them, at least until this gets enough attention that a lawmaker decides to get involved. Honestly, I think they're winning because of this.
Yeah, I don't think Google's whining is going to make them implement RCS.
Oh,
but
not a chance. And I don't think it's moving the needle enough with the public.
it might at least make more people download Google Messages to use RCS.
Yeah, but you still can't do that on an iPhone anyway.
No, but it might make more people use Google's app or Samsung's app. So it's
Which is
reverse
Google's app.
psychology advertising.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't think it's... I don't think this is doing anything. Which is unfortunate, but, you know, here we are. RCS is probably got about as many users as it's ever going to get now. Unless something suddenly drives a bunch of people away from iPhones, and I don't think it's going to be messaging related. I just imagine that there will be no increase in the number of RCS users. If you're not using it now, you probably aren't going to. If anything, this is going to push more and more people, which this is okay. It'll push more and more people to using other services. So, who knows? Maybe Telegram will get a spike in users slowly. Maybe Signal. Sadly, it's probably going to be Facebook Messenger and WhatsApp. Because, you know...
Really annoyed with Facebook Messenger because for whatever reason, it must be because I accidentally opened the app or something recently, but for some reason I am getting so many more sex spam messages. I have never gotten spam messages on Messenger, and just in the past 2 weeks or something, it's like once every few days I get a notification that I get a porn bot messaging me and 500 other people.
So I'm not having that exact problem. My problem has been specifically Facebook itself spamming me. No, this is really angering me. So I always turned off SMS notifications from Facebook. I don't want them. Starting about a month ago, I started getting SMS messages that are just notifications from Facebook. So they reset my notification settings. I went into the site, changed them again. I'm still getting messages.
It's really weird that that's happening for you because, like,
No, it's not.
I don't have
I
that
basically
problem.
stopped loading Facebook entirely.
I haven't
2
used
months ago.
Facebook. I haven't used Facebook in years.
Yeah,
And
you're
I don't
already
get
a
that.
known non-user. I was an infrequent user that they would nag from time to time. And then when I basically just stopped going entirely, that's when they started getting thirsty. That honestly, I'm sure that's the difference, because they know that they assume that they're going to get me back, so they're spamming me and being obnoxious.
It's got to be relatively new because when I stopped using Facebook, I didn't suddenly start getting notification texts.
I don't want to go to relatively new because I've heard of this before. I kind of didn't think it was true until it happened, but yeah, I have heard of them doing this to people before. So I think that this is something that's probably been around. It just wasn't necessarily, like, I don't think it's new, but probably new enough that it didn't hit you. Or maybe you were just such an infrequent user already.
Maybe there's just some weird AI stuff.
Yeah. Or
do we apply this to this person?
yeah, it certainly could be that, or who knows, it might even be down to something as stupid as, do they fit a certain profile? Like, is this person old enough that we think we can abuse them into coming
Is
back?
this person a middle-aged white male in a conservative part of the U.S.?
Exactly.
Oh, he's gonna be using Facebook.
Yeah, that's our crew. We need them. We can't let them slink away. But Facebook, please let me leave. I'm seriously very close to just removing my phone number and everything else from there.
But you can't remove your phone number. If you remove it, they won't let you log in.
I might just disable my account. I'm so
just
actively
deactivate your
sick.
account.
I'm so incredibly sick of Facebook. I want that company to fail in every conceivable way. I know they're fans of Quest. I'm reluctant to call it MetaQuest, but I know they're fans. But outside of that, I want that company to just die a horrible death.
It would be nice if the U.S. could actually enforce its monopoly laws, as lax as they are already.
Yeah. But yeah, so anyway, yeah, I haven't had a big problem with porn and spam bots on Facebook Messenger in quite a few years. I definitely used to have that, but it wasn't. It's mostly died off. I did have a big problem with porn accounts trying to friend me, because there's no way to block that or prevent it. They just do that all the time. And so yeah, that's always been an issue. But that's actually kind of gone away too, more recently. So I'm happy about that. But yeah, hate them.
Yeah, I don't know why I suddenly started getting messages. It's like, oh, this person's never active. They're probably going to click my links.
Yeah. Let's see. So, okay, I think we're pretty much done with the RCS stuff. There's not... Can you think of any iPhone 14 stuff that's worth discussing? Honestly, like, I looked at a few different articles trying to find anything else that was relevant or interesting, and honestly, like, we hit the dynamic island, we hit the emergency broadcast stuff. We talked about the fact that, like, everything else stayed the same. They put a slightly larger camera sensor in as the main shooter, which, okay, which is kind of a big deal if you really care about it, but I don't think it impacts enough people anymore.
Not worth the lack of a physical sim.
Yeah. Oh, I guess
I kind of want to rant about that because I missed it.
Actually, no, we didn't talk about that.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean,
no physical sim.
Yeah, we briefly mentioned it, but we didn't actually talk about that. So yeah, physical sim. Why is this a freaking travesty? Let's go.
Well, so this isn't some Apple's just slightly ahead of the curve thing. It's a actively anti-consumer, obviously for the US major carriers choice, and I'm honestly surprised that Apple of all companies is the one that decided to cave to this so quickly, because like, sure, eSIM is great. I am fully on board with using eSIM where it's possible to use it. I don't think just because the 3 major carriers in the US support eSIM now means we should get rid of the physical SIM, for multiple reasons, and honestly the most common one is probably just international travel. Like, if you go... When we went to Portugal a couple years ago, or a few years ago, yeah, summer 2019, we have T-Mobile, so we had the super slow roaming and all that, which was fine for if you needed to navigate on maps, but you couldn't really do much else. So we went into a Vodafone store, got a 15 gig data only SIM for like $5, and used that. And if one of us needed the SIM, we would just pop it out and give it to the other person. And that was just so easy. It was very convenient, and it was way cheaper than T-Mobile's $50 or whatever it is to get 7 days for 15 gigs of data internationally. And like that was great. And that's something that a lot of people do. I know a lot of people do that because it's a super popular SEO clickbait travel tip.
Mm-hmm.
And it's actually a legitimate thing to do. Buy a cheap data sim somewhere. Oh, other manufacturers are definitely going to follow suit. Samsung is going to make fun of this until the next Fold.
Yeah.
And then the next Fold is not going to have a physical SIM slot, and the S24 by then won't have a physical SIM slot either.
Okay, whoa. I'm gonna kind of throw a wrench in that. Do you think they're only gonna do that for the US like Apple did? Because to me, Samsung is one of those companies, they really seem to love cutting down their SKUs too. The same way Apple used to.
Actually, you know, it might be it might be a thing that Samsung only does in the US, because Samsung, if you buy a Samsung phone in the EU, ignoring that they're more expensive for some reason, which is not the reason I'm about to say, they come with a case. They usually come with earbuds. They come with a charging brick and all that stuff. They come with an actual screen protector pre-installed most of the time. In the US, they don't do any of that because the carriers are like, we want to sell these accessories. So Samsung's like, oh, okay. And just stopped including all that stuff. And they took out the charging brick because the same reasons Apple did. Environmentalism, but actually we want that $30 directly. And I don't know. I wouldn't put it past Samsung to only do it in the US, but I think they would also do it in Canada, because the variants they sell in the US and Canada are hardware and firmware identical. They just have a different model number.
Yeah.
And they have slightly different Android software on them, but they're identical. You can flash a Canadian Samsung phone to an unlocked US variant and it'll work fine.
Yeah. I didn't know if that was still true, but I definitely remember that from the old days.
No, it's even more true now because there's only one hardware variant for Samsung phones in the US.
Right.
Just the U. And there's technically the U1, which is the unlocked one, but you can just flash a U to the U1 and get all the benefits. Like my S22 Ultra is a T-Mobile locked T-Mobile variant, and I flashed it to U1 firmware, and now it thinks it's an XAU variant. I don't even know what CSC that is. It's just some US unlocked one. It doesn't even know that it was ever T-Mobile. It's kind of weird. And it isn't possible on all of them. Like the A32 5G, I cannot flash to U1 firmware. It complains something about the Prism partition and refuses to boot.
Yeah, that kind of makes some sense. I'm assuming that that's probably, they knew what geographies that was going to be going into anyway, so they probably made a few decisions up front for maybe space saving or whatever reason.
I think the issue is that it's MediaTek.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And so I think this is like one of Samsung's first MediaTek phones in the US. And so they might have done something different in the modem space where you can't just cross flash like that.
Yeah, okay.
You can cross flash every other part of the U1 firmware except the modem. So you can have a very weird hybrid firmware that Samsung will refuse to OTA. But
I'm actually a little surprised that
track.
Doesn't cause boot issues, but yeah, we
well,
don't need
firmware is exactly the same, and Samsung has all this weird integration stuff. Like when I had the International Note 9, there were tons of mods for it where basically it would install the US CSC files to the phone to give you Wi-Fi calling and voice over LTE and all that in the US on your international phone. It wasn't perfect, but like the Samsung system is very modular. Honestly, they're very they have their own treble in a way.
Yeah.
It's actually pretty interesting. It's a mess, but it's interesting and it usually works pretty well. So Samsung's phones, even if you've got the Exynos processor, you can basically make it think it's a US phone, and it'll work for the most part. But that is way off topic.
Yeah, I was gonna drag us back, but okay, so you weren't quite finished with where you were in that rant. I don't know if you remember your place. But...
I don't remember where we got to. Oh, well, Samsung would probably screw over Canada as well by removing the eSIM or whatever, or by removing the physical SIM, because they keep those variants hardware identical, probably for cost saving. I don't know why they don't make every variant in the world identical, because everyone wants the Snapdragon. And no one likes Exynos anymore.
Yeah.
And it would probably be cheaper, but I guess maybe it's a pride thing. But
which is funny because we're also sitting here watching as Tensor has it's fine, but I feel like they're starting to regret their choice to partner with Samsung on that.
Yeah, TSMC or whatever order of letters it is would probably have been better for making them, at least.
Yeah.
And I know Samsung owns the Exynos stuff, but they could have made their own ARM stuff. Although maybe they'll pull an Apple, like the A4 and A5 were based on Exynos very closely, and then they pulled way ahead, basing on similar architecture.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So anyway,
Samsung is probably going to screw over Canada by removing the physical SIM, even though I don't know what Canada's eSIM support is like, and I don't think it's very good. But losing the physical SIM, like, this isn't like, oh no, I don't have a CD drive anymore, let me go buy a USB CD drive. You can't go buy a USB physical SIM slot. I mean, I'm sure they exist, but it's not going to work with an iPhone.
Well, even if it, like, I don't think that would work with Android either, because it over that bus, I don't think you can support that without.
If it's like a USB modem, it would be an Ethernet connection.
Okay, well, you're right.
I don't know if you could make calls, but you could do data, and it would look absolutely stupid, but it wouldn't be practical.
Well, they still would have to build in drivers. I don't think Android supports that yet. It might, but I'm skeptical.
I've been surprised at what Android
data,
supports.
Yeah, I agree. For data, I think that's supported. For calling, I don't.
Yeah, not for
I can't
calls.
see it. And then there's also some security issues that, like, the way that they now treat SMS actually is a pretty secured chain. So I kind of imagine that would introduce some problems over USB.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's not like if you're traveling to Germany for a couple weeks, you're really going to be using your Vodafone SIM you bought there for texts and calls that much. You're probably going to be telegramming people or WhatsApping people.
Yeah.
So you're using data for everything. But yeah, either way, it's not practical to plug in a dongle to get service internationally. So, like, it's very obvious that by removing the SIM tray, sure, there are carriers in the EU that support eSIM. They're probably ahead of the US in terms of, like, saturation and convenience of use. But a really convenient eSIM is still a lot harder to approach for a lot of untechnical people than just poking a paperclip in your phone and moving a little plastic card over.
Okay, for clarity,
like,
they stick the paperclip into their microphone hole, destroy their microphone, yes, then stick it into pop out their SIM card.
Oh, companies have thought about that. You don't destroy your microphone anymore. Everyone pokes into the microphone hole accidentally. It doesn't matter how much you know about phones. It's like the 3 turns for USB rule.
Yeah.
It's always going to be wrong the first time. But, like, it's such an obvious carrier kickback because most people, if they're going to the EU or anywhere, even if there's eSIM support, they're going to see, oh, you have to go find this 34-digit number or whatever it is buried in the settings of your phone, copy it or manually write it into our online form, fill out more details, and then wait 2 hours after you download this QR code for your service to activate. They're going to see the first step of that and be like, I'm just gonna pay for the roaming
Yeah.
from T-Mobile or whatever. They're not gonna bother with all of that, which is a huge problem with eSIM, honestly. Like, I know some carriers, I think AT&T with iPhone, it's very easy to activate an eSIM, switch it to a different phone. But with T-Mobile and Verizon, it's nowhere near as easy. Like, T-Mobile does have an online form, so you log into your T-Mobile account, try to deal with the god-awful cookie policy that breaks everything. Choose the line you want to switch over, type in your EID, download the QR code.
Once you're typing in those IDs, you're already in bad territory.
Yep, it's such a process, and like once you download the QR code and you're like, yes, I want to switch my phone. It's like, we just sent a text message to your old SIM card. Please respond with 1 if you want to confirm this. If we don't hear from you within 10 minutes, we'll assume the answer is yes. And that sounds nice, but I've done this a lot, especially converting physical SIMs to eSIMs. I rarely get that text, and it rarely transfers over within 10 minutes. It's really broken. It's really bad. There are times when T-Mobile just shuts down that online service and makes you contact a customer service representative and give them the phone number you want to transfer and the new EID, and then you still have to download the QR code and go through the text message confirmation on top of waiting for a customer service representative. And it's just a mess. Like, eSIM, the concept of eSIM, I am fully on board.
Yes.
It is so nice. It is so nice having a dual SIM phone that isn't dual SIM, because it's one physical, one eSIM.
Well, and
it's just
like, so yes, I agree on that point alone, and if anything, I'm actually slightly worried that true dual SIM might become more rare once most phones switch to eSIM only, which I'm confident is coming. And I definitely am fully in favor of moving to eSIM as a whole. Like, I've thought for years we have been on SIM cards for way too long. I'm all about switching to eSIM as just on a universal level. But it is something kind of like USB-C. I think that it has to be done in a more organized and logical path. You should not be dropping one thing before the other thing is ready. And I fully believe that one of these days what we're going to get to is like, you land at any airport anywhere in the world, you're going to be able to walk up to a kiosk, pay however much in whatever currency. Like, currency is going to be a harder thing than eSIM. And I expect what you're going to do is literally hold your phone up to a terminal, and it's going to transfer over NFC. I'm strict about this because I hate the notion that iPhones currently support transmitting eSIM via Bluetooth. Screw you. No, not Bluetooth. Not something that a random weird stranger 5 feet away from you might be able to mess with. Give me eSIM that I can scan through NFC. And this should be a simple thing. It should be that easy for you to be able to pick up prepaid service right there using a tap. And I would also argue, ideally, you literally just tap your phone to both pay and get your eSIM. But that's a separate issue that will probably be nearly impossible for the next decade. Because
that's a big issue with eSIM, because there's no activation standard. It's whatever the carrier wants to do.
Well, whatever the carrier wants, and whatever the cell phone maker is ever going to support. Or, well, cell phone software.
Well, yeah. If there was an API, it would have been an AOSP already. And like, iOS has some integrations with some carriers that they work with specifically to get their own special API to do the activation. Like, I think on Samsung, on the higher end ones at least, you just have to sign into your T-Mobile account and choose the line, and it'll transfer it for you. Usually. It doesn't always work because it's T-Mobile's website, but that's all like bespoke, custom software stuff per carrier. There's no standard, and so it's not sustainable, and so most manufacturers aren't going to bother, and most carriers aren't going to bother.
Yep.
And so activating eSIM is an absolute mess. Like, it could be so much more convenient than a physical SIM, and the fact that I can lend my eSIM to someone without them even being in the same country is great. But the process to do that is so terrible.
Yep.
Like, when Adam Conway came to the US for, I think, CES or something, when he was still in Ireland, like, I gave him my eSIM to borrow, my extra line, because US service is so expensive, and he was like, $40 for a gig? No. I just let him borrow my eSIM, and we didn't even have to be in the same country for that to happen. Annoyingly, that was at the time when T-Mobile wasn't letting you transfer online, so I had to contact customer service and juggle DMing him to get the EID and get the confirmation that everything worked. And because whatever roaming partner T-Mobile had or has in Ireland didn't have service around where he was, it was really tricky to actually get it activated. Although he eventually did. It was just... That was a separate mess from eSIM, though. But eSIM could be so great. And it is great. Like, even with the annoying processes of dealing with carriers' messy sign-up, change authorization stuff, it is incredible that I can lend my line to someone across the world without having to meet or anything.
Without meeting or sticking a SIM card into a letter and hoping it gets there safely.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's great. But it's so broken. And that's a huge problem with eSIM, even for carriers that support it. And that's another huge problem with the lack of a physical SIM, because in the US, it's the big three that support it. They're direct MVNOs, and a couple exceptions that have eSIM. Most of the MVNOs in the US don't have eSIM, either because they don't have the resources to set it up, or because they're not allowed to. Like, Ting has been pretty vocal about Verizon and T-Mobile are just not letting them enable eSIM, so they can't do it. And I think MVNOs that only use one carrier or only use one carrier at a time have an easier time of doing this, because I think the carriers are more open to supporting eSIM if it's only going to be used on their network. But like Ting, they want everyone to be able to use Verizon and T-Mobile, at least as I understand it. So it's really hard. It's been impossible for the past almost 5 years, I think. They've been trying to support eSIM, and they just can't, because either Verizon, T-Mobile, or both are like, no, we're not going to let you do that. And so you just can't use an iPhone 14 on Ting.
Yeah.
Just straight up. Can't use it.
I'm
completely impossible.
Looking for that link you posted the other day. There was that
I think I posted it on Twitter, so I can get that. Let me pull that up if I can, because it should be easier to find on Twitter, I think.
Yeah, my Discord search somehow is not coming up with it, which... Discord search is weirdly terrible.
I think it does that Postgres fuzzy search stuff that's built in that really doesn't work very well.
It's really amazing how... is this? No, that's not it.
There's the forum post. But like May 1st, 2018, their eSIM support is near the top of our list. And then you scroll down near the bottom, and January 10th, 2022, we still can't do it.
Yeah, it is pretty unacceptable that this is going to be a continuous problem. And I can, to some extent, I can see why, as things are rolling out and more things are being supported, like there are things that are just always going to take a while. And you kind of have to accept that not everything moves super quickly. Especially being that, like, Android does not have a fully built out infrastructure for things like sharing eSIM or anything like that. But you can tell that this is a business decision, that Ting is being shut out of eSIM as...
Yeah, it's not a technical thing.
And to some extent, maybe there are technical things involved, but that's not the reason. Like, technical things might be prompting some of the decisions, but that's not the reason it's happening here. This is the physical infrastructure. The owners of the physical infrastructure are shutting out their ability to implement eSIM. And seeing as they're working with multiple carriers, they're doubly screwed, because they have to get everybody on board before they can switch over. Or not even switch over, but before they can enable this for any phone or user that would want to use it.
It's really bad, and that's another reason why it's incredibly obvious that this iPhone 14 thing was a decision made by the big three, not by Apple. Not like any technical thing or whatever. And even more so, the Canadian iPhone, the Latin American iPhone where it's sold, the European iPhone, the Chinese iPhone, all of those variants still have a SIM slot.
Yeah.
Like, the Chinese variant still has dual physical SIM. The European variant, I guess, is identical to the Canadian one now, except for the regulatory band support. They both have SIM slots. And now it's the US that Apple is probably paying like 5 cents more per unit or something just to remove the SIM tray.
Yeah, and as far as we know, not even really returning that for any purpose. Like, it's not that you're not getting any more battery out of it, you're not getting new parts or sensors, you're not getting some other change. In all likelihood, the phones now just have a solid piece of metal covering an otherwise empty gap.
Yeah.
Because everything else is exactly the same.
It's not like the headphone jack where they're like, oh, our phone is too thin now or whatever, even though it was just as thick as the 6S. Or, our new haptic engine takes up so much room that we must remove the headphone jack. Or that it was courageous. I don't know. Like, they didn't even have any positive spin on it in the keynote. They were just like, oh, so you won't have to deal with physical SIMs anymore. Which is very different from the actuality of having to not deal with physical SIMs anymore.
Yeah, I need to rewatch that section, because I listened to part of it where they were hyping up eSIM. Honestly, when I first heard it, I misunderstood. I thought they were like, hey, we finally support eSIM in an iPhone. And it's like, oh, wow, welcome to the last decade, I guess. But yeah.
Welcome to your phone from 2020.
But yeah, then once I caught on, and it's my own fault that I kind of tuned that section out. Kind of like Corbin said, there's, every big announcement, there's that section that somebody does. With Google, it's always their AI sections where you listen for a couple minutes, realize that they're not going to say anything interesting, and then you just tune out until somebody changes, or the stage gets a new person talking. And that's kind of what I did there, so that's my fault. But once I got the details, it's like, how did they figure that this is a good thing for people? I mean, at a bare minimum, it's just bad for travelers. Open and shut case. And for that reason alone, I could almost see the people who are are like hovering on the edge of saying that they want to be iPhone or Android users. If they travel at all, I can see this being an automatic, well, we got to go Android sort of thing. Like, this makes the decision for you. If you're one of those people, like, you don't want to be Apple making them make that decision. And if you're in now the position of saying, hey, I want to have an iPhone, but I also want to use some other carrier. I want to use Ting, or I want to use, I don't know, name the 30 other MVNOs that are all much cheaper and still offer fairly good service. If you're one of those people who doesn't mind spending more on the phone but wants the cheap service, you're now looking at this going, well, now I can't get the latest iPhone because I don't want to spend a ton on service. Like, all of the things that you put together, these are reasons for people to not buy an iPhone now. Which, they all hurt Apple. They're all bad for Apple. Which mean that really just comes down to one simple explanation. The carriers either put a lot of pressure on Apple, or they're paying through the nose to get Apple to do this. And yeah,
I can't imagine Apple wanting to do this on their own.
No, I cannot conceive of a reason Apple would do this on purpose. And like you said, it's costing them more because they now have to make different parts for different markets. This is literally costing them money, and it is bad for them because it makes people less likely to choose an iPhone. There is no variant of this that is good for Apple unless they're making money or bowing to some kind of pressure.
Yeah. And when I tweeted about this, like, I got at least 3 people being like, oh, well, if you're on a prepaid carrier, you're probably not buying the $800 iPhone anyway. And it's like, no. A lot of people are on these cheap carriers because they don't want to pay a lot for phone service, but they still want a good camera in their phone. Like, there are people with the Pro Max iPhones on the cheapo prepaid carriers. And a lot of these prepaid carriers even officially carry iPhones. Mm-hmm. So it's not like... And even if it was a thing of like, oh, everyone on a prepaid carrier is poor and can't afford an iPhone anyway, it's like these people are forgetting that Apple is known for their really long support of their phones and the ability to buy a 2-year-old iPhone and use it for 4 years and maintain support.
Yeah.
So like maybe the iPhone 14 is $800 now, but in 2 years it's going to be $500, which is much more approachable, and it's still going to be a great phone then. Well, but they can't use it on their cheap carrier. Even if you're assuming that everyone who's poor uses, only poor people use the prepaid carriers, which is just not true. It's just it's a bad argument in every way you look at it, and I'm really frustrated that this is the defense of Apple. Like, oh well, no one who uses a prepaid carrier is going to be buying an iPhone anyway. It's just straight up not true, because beyond the financial stuff and the like financial smartness or financial necessity, there's also the thing of iPhones are kind of the phone for tech illiterate people, and tech illiterate people are probably a big portion of a lot of these prepaid carriers that don't support eSIM. So they're still going to want an iPhone.
Okay, I'm going to add one other aspect to this, so everything you just said obviously references the fact that it's basically a very classist argument. Well, add to that this isn't going to be the only iPhone this happens to. This is going to hit the iPhone SE at some point. Like, Apple doesn't typically make these changes and just casually say, well, we're going to do it just on the big flagship version and that's it. No, this is 100% going to go to the iPhone SE at some point. And the iPhone SE is
doesn't still
budget
have a headphone
phone.
Jack. The SE doesn't still have a headphone jack.
Honestly, I couldn't remember.
It's the same thing. Well, it uses the iPhone 8 design, so it's not like they're going to change that.
Right. Well, I only have an SE, a first gen SE here, so I couldn't even remember what the second had. But it is eventually going to reach the budget phone, and at that stage, you can't even make the argument anymore of, well, only the rich people who have expensive cell plans are going to have the expensive phone. Well, now you have the people who buy the budget phone, who are going to use it on a budget plan. That's just part of the equation, and it's the SE3 is due. I'm going to have to bring up buyer's guide for this. I don't remember.
We have the SE3. It came out earlier this year.
Oh crap, you're right. It made no impact on me. Absolutely none.
Well, it's really just the SE2 with an A15 and 5G.
Yeah, that's fair. But still, okay, give it 2 years. We'll have another SE out, and when that happens, there you go. That is the way it's going to go. And
unless somehow Apple backtracks, which is possible. It's not likely, but it's possible. Because I remember when Samsung brought out the S6 and the Note 5, people were incredibly angry about the missing SD card, and they actually brought it back. But they got rid of it again, but of course that was after cloud storage was really cheap and internal storage was really big, so it mattered less and people were less annoyed.
Also, that was Samsung.
But did I say a different
Yeah,
brand?
you were talking about Apple.
Oh,
then you
S6
mentioned,
and Note 5.
Okay, but you also,
Right.
I'm pretty sure, said the Note. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I misheard you, but I swear I heard you say Note. Note.
I said the Note. Yeah, the Note 5.
Yeah, which is a Samsung product.
Yeah. S6, not 6S. I was talking about Samsung. I guess I just forgot to mention the brand.
Yeah, but then you said, wait, did I say the wrong thing? And then you corrected to mean Apple.
No.
Okay. Anyway, I don't know what you're going.
Anyway, Samsung reversed course. So it's possible Apple could with enough pushback. I don't know if there's going to be enough pushback.
If we're looking to companies reversing course, Samsung is more apt to do it than Apple is. Apple had the only really big notable course reversals Apple has done in recent history was dropping the touch bar and putting back a couple of ports on a MacBook. All MacBook specific things, not phone specific things. I can't think of any phone changes that they decide to make. There probably are some, but they're just not.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be tricky.
Hey, I just got a porn SMS. Great.
They heard you.
Yeah, it's still not on Facebook Messenger, so.
The spam texts I've been getting lately, they're just getting more and more deranged to get around filters. And at this point, it seems like they're just kind of hoping that people are going to blindly click the link they put in.
I'm sure people do.
Like, I'm getting messages that are just word generated or random numbers or something. And it's like, someone's going to have to be really unsavvy to not see this. And I guess it has to work because they keep doing it.
You'd think. I mean,
but
you know, if they even get one out of every several 100,000, they're probably getting a return on investment.
Yeah.
But
I do want to. There are a couple messages in the chat thing that I want to talk about. Like, T-Mobile's customer service, it is so weird. Like, I don't want to say it's bad because
no, you can say
sometimes it isn't.
Well,
that's the thing.
But that's
sometimes it's terrible, sometimes it's great, sometimes it's in between, and it's been such a weird journey. Like, we switched to T-Mobile in late 2016, and that was when they were still doing overseas call center stuff. And then in like 2018 to 2019, they had like a complete overhaul. You would almost never get anyone who didn't natively speak English, and if you did, they knew English really well. And like they wouldn't just be following a script. And then the pandemic happened, so they stopped. They put a bunch of people on suspension or whatever. And then the Sprint merger happened the same year, so they got all of Sprint's customers too to deal with. And they still haven't recovered from that. So right now it's a crapshoot of if you're gonna get someone who knows the answer to your question, or if you're going to get someone who has to blindly follow a script, because if they don't, they're going to get fired from their contracted call center.
Yeah.
And it's so weird. I think it's slowly getting better again. Like, they're figuring it out, but it's been a wild ride.
Well, and
like, there were 1 or 2 years there where it was great, but then then the pandemic and the Sprint merger happened.
And I remember that. Honestly, that all sounds a lot like what I went through with AT&T back when Singular was merged in, because they had moments of really good customer service. They had moments of being just comically terrible. Though they never actually stopped being comically terrible. They just had fewer moments of true comical terror. Carson, did I see the article in Discord? Which one? Is it the one about QPR1, or is it the one about the Pixel tablet and dock? Because one went to RambleCast, one went to General. And I have them open, but I obviously haven't addressed them.
Dock.
The dock. Okay, do we have much more on eSIM? Or do you have much more to say on eSIM?
No, I did want to just go through the messages we have, though. Like, Apple, I think millimeter wave is only on the US variant, even with the iPhone 14. So if you're on Verizon and you live 2 feet away from a tower, you're probably going to want to get the US variant. But the iPhone 13 had millimeter wave, and so did the 12 in the Pro variants. So it's not really like the SIM slot is making room for that or anything. Like, they had it there already.
Yeah. And it's not that with time, like when the infrastructure switches over and eSIM only is truly and 100% viable, at that stage, I'm sure there will be no question. They'll recover that space. They will do whatever with that extra little bit of space inside the case, and that'll be great. Cheers. In the meantime, I guarantee it is just going to be a blank block. There will be nothing there. It will be a cutout. If even that, it's actually very logical.
Might even just have a blank tray.
Yeah. Well, it's very likely that the physical tray, maybe even the contact points, the reader, all of that stuff might actually still be there. They'll just have a like there will be no cutout in the side of the case for the slot to exist. Like, that may be the only difference.
Yeah, my worry with this is that in the long term, it'll probably be fine for EU customers. In the US, I'm worried about how many MVNOs we're going to lose.
Yeah.
Because iPhones are a huge market, and Android phones are going to follow. I would not be surprised if the S23 doesn't have a physical SIM slot anymore, because it'll come with Android 13, which supports multiple eSIM profiles per eSIM, so it can be dual SIM while being completely eSIM. And I would not be surprised if it doesn't come with a physical SIM, which is going to really hurt MVNOs, because a lot of them don't have iPhones directly. A lot more of them have Samsung phones directly, even the flagships.
Okay, why are you thinking it'll happen as early as S23? The reason I ask that is because, as we already addressed, Apple is making this decision, we're pretty sure, because the carriers were pushing them to do it, and it is working against Apple's best interest to do so. As in, people... Right. I don't think it's going to be a lot of people, but I am confident there are going to be some people who switch away from Apple, or iPhones specifically. They're going to switch away from iPhones because of this decision. Flat out, no questions asked. There will be some number of people who do. And I mean, literally, that Ting conversation was a very clear statement of, yeah, if you want an iPhone, you're not going to get one. You're not going to get an iPhone 14 and use it on Ting. Some people will go to a 13. Other people are going to go to an Android phone. So the question becomes, what is Samsung's motivation? Either they are also going to bend to the will of the carriers, presumably also taking either a bribe, or maybe they're responding to some pressure, or they could be the company that's like, no, we still want all the possible customers we can get. Give us, like, come to us. We'll accept you as long as SIM is still viable.
Not Samsung, because one, Samsung doesn't really care so much about different physical variants. They've got Exynos, they've got dual SIM.
Right.
Samsung's with even deeper SIM trays because it's all on the same level. They've got different display technology, camera technology, whatever for the different variants. So there's already that. They don't care about making a different physical variant.
Yeah, I agree. They don't care about the variant factor. I mean, why would they cut out SIM cards in the US if they don't have to?
They have a huge history of just doing whatever the carriers want. Like my example of them removing the case, charging brick, and earbuds from all of their phones in the US.
That also saved them how much per unit? That was a money saving thing.
I'm sure it saved money for them, but I wouldn't be surprised
Apple
because
had
they have
already
a history.
done a thing like that, so they didn't even I mean, they obviously suffered some backlash, but Apple had already done it, so people weren't that surprised when Samsung did it. And it didn't cut out possible customers. No one looked at Samsung cutting that stuff out and said, oh, well, you know what? If I don't get a charging brick with your phone, I will not buy from you. Okay, a few people did, but they rushed over and bought a OnePlus phone, and who cares?
I just there is precedent here, and I fully see Samsung bending to the carriers. I wouldn't be surprised if the carriers have already talked to them.
Oh, I'm
like
sure
they did
they've
with
talked
Apple.
to them. I'm just not sure how they convinced them.
Well, I just wouldn't be surprised if they did. And there is also the thing of carriers in the US. Apple could probably make it out on its own, like an unlocked variant not sold through any carriers. Samsung couldn't. I know they're big in the US,
yeah,
but they could not make it without the carriers. They need the carriers. If the carriers said some sort of like, remove the physical SIM or we're just not selling your phone, they would do it. And also, even though it hurts Samsung a little bit, like probably will drop sales more significantly than removing the SD card, Samsung is huge. They're still getting a profit margin in the US. Even if it's a little bit less, they're huge. Like, even their mobile division is gigantic globally. And they've got so many other things. They've got their appliances, they've got their electronics, they've got their military division or whatever. This being a minor inconvenience, they're just going to raise the price of the phone or something.
Yeah, I'm at a bare minimum. Again, going back to our previous comments, again, I fully believe eSIM is the future. We need to get there anyway. And I fully agree, eventually, for sure, Samsung's going to do it. I'm really arguing more. I just don't think it's going to happen certainly not as early as S23. And
I also wouldn't be surprised if it's not the S23, but I wouldn't be surprised if it is.
I would be surprised if it's the S23. I'm skeptical about it being as early as the S24, but I could see it happening. Like, there'd be a little surprise, but not much if it happens with the S24. With the S25, we're now a couple years out. Apple has eaten most of the problem, and a lot of countries and companies will rush to get eSIM support solved in more areas and more MVNOs. At that stage, I could see it happening, but I don't see Samsung being in a rush to make this happen. And plus, Samsung's, as far as we know, Samsung is also on a longer product cycle than Apple is. So I feel like they probably already have a lot of the S23 decisions locked in. So maybe the carriers have been moving on this for a really long time, and that's been in the pipeline. But I feel like the S23
Samsung has a longer product cycle. The S23 is, even if the Samsung has a longer production cycle, the S23 comes out 5 months after the iPhone 14.
Right.
So depending on how early the decision for the iPhone 14 was made, Samsung could have had plenty of time to also make it.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
And
I
also,
still just
would you
don't
have
think they're
expected Apple to remove the physical SIM? Like if
I mean, we just
if
had this
for whatever
conversation.
reason
No,
OnePlus
we
had
both
done it.
agree it is not good for Apple.
Yeah. So what's to say Samsung won't do it, even though it's not good for Samsung and doesn't make any sense?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think of what the incentive is, and unless carriers are gonna muscle Samsung, which that seems like a really terrible idea for carriers. I mean, I've had this conversation a bunch of times. Oh, it's terrible for carriers, yes.
To strong arm the manufacturers, they don't.
Yeah, let's
seem
come
to be
back to
doing
that in
much.
1 second. I'm happy to discuss that one, but I just want to finish the thought. The thing is, as far as it goes, unless the carriers are strong-arming Samsung or bribing Samsung, however you want to frame it, or whatever's actually happening, rather. Unless there is some big incentive, I don't see a reason for Samsung to rush to do this. At the most, I could see them just following the leader much later. That's
After they make fun of it, of course.
Oh God, yes, and rightfully so. They should be making fun of this. Frankly, if Samsung were, oh crap! I just realized the biggest reason why I think this might actually happen with the S23. This is hilarious, but Samsung, if they don't mock this within the next week on Twitter, I would actually count that as a big signal the S23 might actually do this.
I would count it the other way, because what were they making fun of? Was it the headphone?
It was the
jack
headphone
thing,
jack,
and then
yeah.
5 months later they removed it.
I think it was more than 5 months, but yeah,
There was something
that's my point.
where they made fun of it and then almost immediately removed it, like on their next product after they made fun of it. I can't remember what it was.
Well, because the headphone jack got pulled, the next product that they released had a headphone jack, and they mocked Apple for removing the headphone jack. And then I'm pretty sure it was a year later when they released the following version. That's when they pulled the headphone jack out. So if there there could have been something else. I just don't remember any other things being like that.
I think the S10 and Note 10 was when they removed the headphone jack, and those were 2019.
Could it have been related to SD card, like removing that from?
No, the SD card was just rumors being removed. Samsung wasn't making fun of it. And no, the S10 had a headphone jack.
Well, not. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Anyway, so strong arming manufacturers. Like I said, I'm happy to address this one. So one of the things that happens it's not every year, but one of the things that happens is the manufacturers and carriers go into negotiations about basically what price they're going to buy the products at to resell to customers. And obviously it's not like a straight up buy, though they do have to make the carriers do have to make a commitment to buy a certain number of units, at which will be sold straight through to customers. And once they go over that number, they're still typically paying the same price per unit, but they had to meet their baseline. With these negotiations, they're basically cutting deals for how much per unit they're going to be paying out to the manufacturer, and down to every dollar of that price, they fight over this. The thing is, when your market share in the country is higher or lower, you basically have a lot of negotiating power. It is in the best interest of the carriers to keep all of the manufacturers. Ideally, it's in their best interest to push all the manufacturers down. They want it. If they could have it their way, they would still have LG, they would have Google, OnePlus, Samsung, Apple, all of them sharing like 15-20% market share. They would love that, because then carriers would have all the negotiating power, and they could basically say, look, you can pay us more to get premium space in our stores. You can do this, you can do that, but our unit cost is going to be low. We want that unit cost low. And you have to do that, otherwise we're going to shaft you in positioning, and we might just not even put you in all of our stores. But when someone like Apple has really dominating market share, and remember, Samsung used to have really dominating market share in the US for a while, this was a position where they have that negotiating power, and they're going to charge higher unit prices. So it is 100% in carriers' best interests to not go strong arming one of two major companies, because if by some chance Samsung's like, all right, fine, think of what happens if we leave the US. They're not going to do this. You and I both know they're not going to do that. But hypothetically, if they were to threaten to leave the US, Apple takes over. Like, straight up, Apple just takes over. This is a terrible scenario for carriers because they will completely lose all of their negotiating power. Now, right now, they can kind of strong arm Samsung because Apple does hold a lead, but they don't have too much going there, and it is still in their best interest to actually give Samsung kind of a little bit of a hedge to try to bring Apple back down a little. So, you know, should they be strong arming? They can if it's worth it, but they probably don't have a great position to be doing it right now. They need, if anything, they need Samsung on their side.
Yeah, but I can still see them being like, remove the physical SIM, and Samsung just kind of being like, okay. Because
it's certainly a
I
possibility.
don't think Samsung would care either way.
I think Samsung cares. I'm just not sure that they care enough. Or more to the point, what would they ask for in return? That truthfully, that's what I think this comes down to. Samsung is one of those companies that will do anything as long as you make it worth their while. And I mean, we're literally like fingers, you know, rub the fingers together, make it worth my while kind of level. Like, pay us enough money, we'll take the SIM cards out.
Yeah. If they did it for Apple, they'll do it for Samsung.
Yeah, basically. So, yeah, that's my hunch. This is why I think that it could be strong arming or it could be bribery, but it's not. I don't see Samsung just doing this to do it. There has to be an incentive there. Otherwise, it's in their best interest to keep the SIM slot.
Yeah, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. I still wouldn't be surprised if it is gone in the S23, or like maybe the S23 Ultra or something.
Yeah, like I said, I agree it's going to happen. I just don't think it's going to be as early as the S23, and I'm reticent about the S24. By then maybe, but I honestly, unless there's an incentive, I think Samsung's just going to try to wait it out at least a year, maybe two. Could be longer, I don't know, but I think it's in their best interest to hold out.
Definitely don't want my next phone to not have a physical SIM slot.
Well, I'm not overly worried about it because frankly, I don't see Google dropping a SIM slot anytime soon. They will eventually.
People made fun of Apple and then removed the headphone jack almost immediately as well.
Did they make fun of it?
They at least were like, "Oh, we've got one."
Yeah, I vaguely remember, but I think that was more of a throwaway comment. Like, they didn't get up on stage and make a production out of it. I think they just made like the snide throwaway comment on stage, and then I believe they waited another generation past Samsung, but I may be misremembering that.
Let's see.
And technically, not that I'm counting this is the like technicality thing. Google did sort of hold on to the headphone jack because of the 3A for a lot longer.
Yeah, their A series had it for a while, but I don't think the Pixel 2 had it.
Pixel 2 did not have it. It was only the Pixel 1.
Yeah, they dropped it pretty quick. You're like, oh, our phone from 2016 has a headphone jack, and then the next year they didn't.
Yeah, but that still came, I think it was a year after. Or, well, maybe not a year. Maybe it was like beginning of the
year. It was
year.
a generation after, because the Pixel came out after the iPhone 7, which was the one that dropped the headphone jack.
Yeah. Samsung... But, okay, so Samsung dropped it...
Samsung waited till 2020 to drop it.
Say what?
The S20 is the first one that dropped it.
Was it really? Wow.
Yeah, the S10 has it.
That seems...
It might have been the Note 10 that dropped it.
Yeah, I bet
but that's late
the case.
2019. That's 3 years. Let's see, Note 10.
It's weird to think that it's actually not been that long.
The Note 10 does not have it, so that's the one that dropped it.
Okay.
But the S10 did.
Interesting.
At least I think so.
Okay,
Yeah.
so now that we've really beaten this one to death, quickly on the Pixel tablet dock thing. This is, I'm assuming, out of a teardown. I'm guessing. I didn't really look at this, but
An animation.
yeah, animations that show the tablet and a dock. They're really generic animations. They don't show much of anything, except a little bit of vector art kind of popping around, and they do show what is obviously a like in dock screen that kind of distantly looks like it might be Nest Hub like, but obviously still tablety. All I'm getting out of this is it's pretty much the same product that I've been talking about for ages. Make something that's a Nest Hub, but you can pick it up as a tablet, which is exactly what any tablet and a dock kind of is now. I don't know. You got any take on this?
No, I mean, it's... all the animation really does is confirm it exists.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. And my affinity or lack thereof for 9 to 5 aside, this is just not much information. It doesn't tell us much other than there's a dock. The on-screen information doesn't really contain much. And then let's see. Get these out of your tablet even when it's docked and charging. Continue setup now or get a reminder later. So there's hands-free help, entertainment anytime, and personalized display. Which, yeah, it fits your typical. Here's what you would get when it's docked kind of stuff. Yeah, I don't know. There's not enough to go on here. It just seems like it's kind of Nest Hub-like features stuck on a tablet, which is good. You know, that's the product they need to make. It just doesn't show enough. Oh, and then 9 to 5 is also claiming that there will be a second Pro tablet for next year. Is this based on something? I hate 9 to 5's articles. They never... I have to skim so much to figure out what is this related to. Okay. Yeah, so this is from a teardown. Apparently there's a device named Tango R Pro. Or Tangor Pro. I guess it's Tangor Pro. I'm guessing just a higher spec Pro tablet. Kind of what it looks like from the skin. Do you see a Pixel tablet being worthwhile?
Oh, I mean, even with Android 12L and all that stuff that came with that, it's still kind of hard to develop apps for an Android tablet if you want them to be the full screen. And I think Android 12L still kind of looks a little weird on tablets. It kind of feels a little rushed, and I don't think they really changed much in 13. So, I don't know, maybe we'll get a 13L that'll improve things more. If they can make it so it has a good UI that actually makes space of the tablet screen and isn't like, oh, we just put a maximum width on the notification center, or ooh, we put it in 2 columns sometimes. Something that can actually make use of a tablet screen. I don't know how they would do that, but something that does that. And better APIs for app developers to make adaptive apps. Because the Android X stuff, it's come a long way. Like, it's definitely easier to deal with foldable screens, safe space, keyboard, tablet, all that stuff, but it's still not easy enough.
Okay, I might have missed something in here, but let me see if I can re-quote all the things that you said that are just hilarious to me for a reason that'll make sense in a second. You said, let's see, it's 12L seems rushed. It doesn't look good on a tablet. They need to have APIs to make it easier for development. They need to do things that, like, better use a tablet space. I'm kind of paraphrasing what you said. I think there was one other thing in there, but it doesn't matter. This is enough. Honeycomb came out in 2011. It's 11 years later. Almost 12. And we don't have this yet. How? They've had time to figure this out. And I know they took a very extended break in the middle. But there is no conceivable way that we should still have some of the ostensibly smartest and best UI designers. Okay, even as I'm saying that, I want to laugh, but you know what I'm saying. There are definitely some really smart people at Google, even if there are some who may leave us questioning some decisions. But after all this time, how on earth do they not have a tablet UI figured out and some APIs figured out? It's not like they stopped working on tablet APIs during that entire time. Samsung was still making tablets. There were changes to the SDK that certainly were aimed at helping for tablet development. They had time where they were trying to push the whole, hey, Chrome OS is now going to support Android apps. Everyone, hurry up, make your apps for Chrome OS. So, start working with those tablet APIs again. Like, all of this stuff is reasons that they presumably never stopped working on this. And even if they did, seriously, they had enough years that they should have been working this stuff out anyway. And they knew that they were going to make a new tablet for how long? I don't think that this is something they decided at the last minute before that last I.O. They know. They have to be getting somewhere, and it just feels like they're not.
I think it's just one of those management things that Google is notorious for. Because from what I remember from someone I talked with a bit who was working on AOSP-based ROMs for the Tab S2, AOSP around then, like 8, 9, 10, was broken on tablets. The notification center had something where it was like you'd pull it down and all the sections would be aligned to different sides of the screen, and just different stuff where it didn't work right on tablets. And so, like, even if they've technically been working on some APIs, it really has not been a focus until very recently. And I think it's only becoming a focus now because we're starting to see Android apps pop up in environments where they're in actual Windows, like Google's Chrome OS or WSA and stuff like that. I don't think it's because tablets are necessarily becoming more popular, although they're probably becoming more popular because Android's getting better on them. But I think it's more of a thing of incidental use cases where tablet APIs would actually be helpful for something that Google actually wants, are making the tablet experience better. But it's still not good enough.
It's really far from good enough. Far enough that it just does not seem like this is enough of a priority, especially if they're going to re-enter the market with products. And hey, I get it. There's a chicken and egg thing here. To some extent, you do need to get a product out to re-inspire people that you're actually going to ship products, and therefore they should build apps to target those. But at the same time, we got to see way more than just what 12L brought in order to motivate people to start caring again, because the UI development experience has to be better than it was. I mean, to be fair, it is a lot better than it was. Like, anyone who worked with Fragments back when Fragments first happened, oh my god, there is no conceivable way anyone thought that was good. Fragments were the most absurd disaster I've ever seen in programming, and I have written in Ada. That is a language that should never have existed. And I'll tell you, Fragments make that actually look like a good thing.
Well, I do think that all these runtimes to run Android apps on desktop form factors are really going to help in the long term, at least, coax Google and other manufacturers and app developers to make better apps, because it's not a specific product you have to buy. If you've already got a Chromebook or you've already got a Windows 11 computer, you've got Android apps for free. It's not something you have to invest in. So it's just something you have to start using and be like, gee, I wish that this had a tablet UI or a scalable UI. So I think that helps. And I think the foldables are helping at least a little bit, because, well, the ones that turn into tablets, not the flip, because people like them, they're cool, and they're half tablet. So you're buying a phone, but you're also getting a tablet.
I don't know. I still hear a lot of people saying that they don't really use very many, if any, Android apps on Chrome OS. I certainly don't hear a lot of people talking about using Android apps on Windows. I think a lot of the things, like the people I do hear saying that they do this stuff, it's mostly developers who are doing it as either sort of projects for themselves, or they might test on it just because they have to. It's not people who are...
Well, that helps.
Yeah, and it helps.
People might start seeing, oh, this app works on a tablet now.
Yeah, I'm not disputing for a second that there isn't something good to be said there. There absolutely is. I'm just saying, like, this is not feeling like sea change material. This is feeling like edge case material.
No, I'm not saying it's a revolution or something, but it's like it's free momentum. Because someone doesn't have to make a loss leader product to start getting interest behind tablet apps.
I don't like free momentum for one reason. This isn't like something is swimming through water and it just got faster. This is more like you found a person who was drowning and you took a sippy straw and handed it to them so that they could suck the smallest amount of air back into their lungs. Like,
well, it's going somewhere. It's not just stopping there.
I'm not disputing that it helps and it is technically life-saving, but you've still got a person who is fundamentally drowning. They're just not drowning as badly as they were.
Yeah, but it's not like you're stopping at the straw, though, because more and more developers are going to start playing around with it. It's slow. It's incredibly slow. This isn't like some product life cycle time scale, but it is something, and it might be enough for a company to come out with an actually competitive tablet and work with Google to make it good. Like, I know Samsung is sort of doing that, but mostly they're keeping their stuff to themselves with DeX.
Yeah, and I get the impression Samsung is kind of just riding this out. Like, they'll keep making tablets as long as they think they can make some money off of that, but if things ever got bad enough, I bet they'd battle out of tablets too. The problem here, though, is meanwhile you've got very obviously Apple. Look, the iPad sales may have slowed down. Everyone talks about that to no end for reasons that are getting obnoxious. But meanwhile, the fact is, like, even development of iPad apps is slowing down, and that's a platform people still consider pretty viable. And it works great on Macs, and Macs have been selling in higher and higher numbers. Though, I guess technically they just had a short slowdown, but that may not last for too much longer.
Yeah. God, I hate the iPad line.
You what?
I hate the iPad line. We talked about this before, but I hate that there's no model indication.
Yeah, the line.
It's just an iPad. Which iPad? We don't know.
Yeah, but the iPad as a product is good. Just the way that the way that they're distinguishing themselves.
Buying accessories for an iPad, or trying to search for an iPad to buy. It's like, oh, you want the iPad 10.2 inch? Which of the 5 years?
Yeah. Well, that one. Since I haven't gone shopping for an iPad for myself in a long time, I'm fortunately not too stressed about that. But one of these days, I will be, and I admit I'm not totally looking forward to it, but I feel like for the most part, if you can answer the question of what size and do you care about Apple Pencil support, after that you mostly don't have too many questions to answer. It's just picking size and if you care about the Apple Pencil.
Yeah.
There's still a model that doesn't support the Apple Pencil, right? The basic iPad.
No, it does.
Oh, it does.
It's
now?
Just that it's the first gen or whatever, and the rest of the second gen. I don't know why they're completely incompatible technology. Even Samsung doesn't do that, but go off.
Well,
go off, King.
I'm still mad that they won't add Apple Pencil support to the frickin' MacBook Pro. Guys, you got this nice fat touchpad right there. Put in Apple Pencil support. You have so many fans, and you will sell Apple Pencils like crazy. So much accessory sales. So many accessory sales.
So this is another topic completely. So if we're done or not.
Let's see. Okay, really quickly, just addressing topics that were vaguely possibly getting into here. We touched on the tablet, we touched on RCS. I'm just running through these. That was the article that was from earlier. That was tablet stuff. That's Verge's homepage, iPhones. There was that link from, I think it was Carson, about the foldable stuff in the Android 13 QPR1. I don't know. That one still feels a lot like Theorycraft. Though I only skimmed it. I'm not sure how credible that is, but or rather how much you can make inferences. I'm sure it's credible. I'm just questioning how many inferences. Okay, I think that about covers it. So what's your thing? And then this will be last topic. So let's call it 15-minute warning to anyone listening. Typically, I always run over the 15 minutes, but this is turned into a very long stream. So, so I think we can end on this topic.
So this is something that I ran into when I was working on lock screen widgets, because I have a masked mode, I call it, in there, where the widget frame grabs the user's wallpaper and then crops the portion of it on the position of the frame so that it looks like you're seeing the wallpaper through it, even if you have like if you're covering the clock or something. So it's a fun feature. It doesn't work on all phones because some phones don't give you the right wallpaper, and they don't give you, like, depending on the phone, it'll either give you the cropped wallpaper for the display itself, or it'll give you the entire wallpaper image. You can't really, there's no way to tell really, at least with the official APIs, where the user positioned the entire image on their wallpaper. So the best I can do is like just assume they centered it. So it doesn't always work, but it is a fun feature and it works well on Samsung and Pixel. So that's all I care about.
Yeah.
So it needs to grab the wallpaper to do that, and it needs to grab the lock screen wallpaper specifically because it's lock screen widgets. But that's not so relevant. It uses a hidden API to do that, but that's not too relevant. The thing is, the public API, which grabs the home wallpaper, taps into the same API I am and just specifies that it wants the home wallpaper. And so both of them need the read external storage permission to work. If you don't have the read external storage permission, it'll throw an exception. And that's all good and fine, because you probably should have some sort of permission to be able to grab the user's wallpaper, and in place of a dedicated permission, read external storage makes sense. The problem is, Android 13 got rid of the read external storage permission. It is split into media image, media audio, and media video. Which, okay, that's also fine. It's nice to have the more granular access, because not all apps need to access all three of those things. Mine certainly doesn't. I would be fine with just the media image. That's all I'd need, because the wallpaper is an image. The problem here is that they didn't update the wallpaper API to this new granular permission model. It still needs the the read external permission image, read external storage permission to work. And so, of course, because Android is all backwards compatible and forwards compatible and stuff, and they really do a good job on that, honestly. If your app targets Android 12 or below, you can still request and be granted the read external storage permission, because otherwise so many apps would just break. And this is pretty common for Android. Like if your app is targeting older Android versions, because the assumption is that it either hasn't been updated to work on the newer Android versions, or it's been abandoned and will never be updated, and you still want it to work as much as possible. Android has provisions in it so that if your app targets an older version, it mostly gets the behavior it expects, like from those older Android versions. So if your app targets Android 12, you can request and grant the read external storage permission, no problem. If the user upgrades to Android 13, your app will keep the read external storage permission. That's fine too. If the user is on Android 13 and your app targets Android 12, and then you update your app to target Android 13, it'll still keep the permission. That's all fine. The problem comes when you're newly installing your app targeting Android 13 on Android 13. If you request the read external storage permission, Android just doesn't pop up the permission dialog. It completely ignores that the permission exists. you can't be granted it through the user UI. Even if you go to the app settings page and go to the permissions menu, it doesn't show up there. You can't grant it.
Right. You could still do this through ADB calls, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I was getting to that. You can do it with PM Grant and probably with CMD app ops, but PM Grant is a lot simpler and works better because for the most part it actually includes the app op when you grant it. But
that's a huge mess
really
that you should not be making users do for a very basic function.
So if your app targets Android 13 and it's newly installed on an Android 13 device, you just can't retrieve the wallpaper. That's it. You can't retrieve it because the wallpaper API still checks to make sure that you have the read external storage app op. It doesn't check for one of the granular ones. It checks for the read external storage one. And there's an issue on Google's issue tracker from June where someone reported this from, I think, like the second public beta. And it just never got fixed. Nothing has happened since mid-July. It was never fixed. Android 13 was fully released. And if your app needs to retrieve the wallpaper, you cannot target Android 13.
Oh, crap.
Which is great because Google Play has minimum target API requirements. So right now I think you can still target Android 11. That's going away soon. You're going to have to be targeting at least Android 12 to publish updates on the App Store. But in the next year or so, you're going to have to be targeting at least Android 13.
Yeah, it's a rolling window.
And even if as time goes on, you have to keep staying relatively up to date on your target API to be able to publish new apps or update apps. And they did also recently add the thing where even if your app targets too old an API version, it'll just be removed from the store after I think you get an extra year for that, but eventually it'll just be removed from the store, like it'll be unlisted.
Oh, does it?
Which is great because that means that developers now have to just go through their apps every couple years, update the target SDK version, and re-upload an app without changes.
Okay,
if it's a perfectly good app that just doesn't need updates.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that assumes a lot though, because it's amazing how much stuff actually does break. It not necessarily from version to version, though that does happen. But it's amazing how many apps, like some small thing gets changed, and it sometimes has some pretty big ripples in how it functions.
No, I get Google's motivation behind this. I just don't think the static rolling window is the way to do it. That like use your device test thing that you automatically do on the APKs we upload anyway. Run that regularly on the latest one every time a new Android version comes out or whatever, and make sure the app doesn't crash. If it does crash, it's
Carson saying
Marshmallow. That's weird. Let me find the article because it like existing apps need to target a specific API version. Not for updates, not for new apps.
That's right. There are a bunch of unlock key apps that I ran across one of those not long ago. Yeah, it was clearly an ancient app, and I checked and it hadn't been updated in it was 4 or 5 years, and it was still installable.
So it is possible that there's like a minimum starting API version where this applies to your app.
I wonder if it's
like maybe if your app is targeting Marshmallow, it doesn't matter, but there is a policy.
But it might not have to do with that. Maybe it's a combination of those things plus using APIs or using permissions or something like that that are considered things that need to be removed if they're not taken care of. Like it might be more selective than just looking at your target.
Oh, no. So your app will not be available on Google Play to new users with devices running Android OS versions newer than your app's target API level.
Okay.
So new users, which, that's unlisted.
Wait.
You can still access unlisted listings.
The targeted API? That part seems weird. That should be like 2 versions back or something.
So, well, the You need to target Android 12 for existing apps by November 1st, 2023. And you need to target Android 11 by this November for existing apps. If your existing app doesn't target at least Android 11, it's not going to be shown to new users who are running Android 11 or later. Here, I'll link the thing.
Yeah, I get the logic of it. I think they're making a couple of bad decisions about exactly where that's happening, but I get it.
Yeah, it's not good. And basically, if you've got a maintained app, you've got to stay relatively up to date. I think next year you're going to need to be targeting at least... Yeah, by next November, you'll have to be targeting Android 13. I guess. I don't think they're including API 32 in this because that's 12L.
They don't. From what I even remember someone asking them about that, and they kind of implied that it might be circumstantial, but they're not really gonna do interim versions.
12L is close enough.
Especially since it doesn't really change anything, it just adds stuff. I mean, technically it did change and break a couple of APIs, but they were edge case items.
Yeah, it was minimal. But yeah, by next November, all app updates will have to be targeting Android 13, and by next August, all new apps will have to be targeting Android 13. So even if they fix this issue in Android 14, it's still an entire Android version that's basically screwed over because you just can't properly request this permission.
Yeah.
And I know getting the wallpaper isn't like some super common thing. It's not like every single app does it. But it's not good. And Mishal actually pointed something out to me when I brought this up with him, that it should be possible for Google to release a fix to this in the Google Play Services security update package, because the permission controller in Android, I think it's 12 and later, is modular.
Yeah.
It's an Apex. So it can be updated independently of the operating system, so it doesn't have to be through like a platform security update. This could be fixed through a Google Play update. But the only way they could really fix it is basically to reverse the change and make it so that the read external storage permission dialog does pop up on apps targeting Android 13. So really, the best fix they can do is make this a change that really actually happens in Android 14. But it's just kind of a mess.
Okay, well, wait. There are a couple of other options. They're not great, but there are other options. They could introduce an API through Google Play Services. Well, and actually they don't need to do it through Play Services. They could do it through the permission controller, but it's best to do it through Play Services. Just introduce a whole API, a single API call that ships with Play Services. Developers would have to intentionally target it, which is not good, but it would be an option. And you could ship an SDK update that just transparently calls that API. If it basically takes the existing SDK API that every developer was already using, and now just, depending on version, it calls either the Play Services version or the old version that already existed. In which case, this would give you the same effect, and then developers would just have to recompile. Like, update their SDK. They don't have to change targets or anything else. Though, obviously, they're already targeting 13.
It doesn't matter if they're not targeting 13.
But they would just have to make sure their SDK version is updated, recompile, re-upload, they're done. That would solve this. It would add this one stupid piece of code that would live on for the next decade.
I don't like that solution because there's no way they're going to give you access to the hidden APIs that way.
Right.
And there's no way to get the lock screen wallpaper without using the hidden APIs. The public-facing one just always gives you the home screen wallpaper.
Yeah.
And they're not guaranteed to be the same.
Exactly.
So, I don't like that solution. It is a possible one, and they could also just fix this in a security update. What?
Well, I was gonna say, strictly speaking, they could actually just add a proper API in place services, like put the actual proper. Here's how you get the home screen and lock screen APIs. Granted, that is a really hard thing to promise, because with different OEMs, they might not implement how they handle those things the same way, and Google itself might not be able to promise that their own API would work correctly. But they could technically ship that, and then it's on the OEMs to not mess it up, which
yeah,
that would go horribly. But it would work for, let's be honest, it would work on Pixel phones. It would probably work with Samsung phones and OnePlus and a handful of others. It might.
No, not OnePlus.
Does OnePlus handle wallpapers weirdly?
Oh yes, but also it's mostly because ColorOS and OxygenOS are pretty much fully merged at this point.
Right.
It's just a different skin option. So OxygenOS is really bad right now.
No, you're right.
Because it's got all the terribleness of ColorOS.
But they... Yeah.
This could also be fixed in a security update to actually fix the required permission in the wallpaper API. But security updates are security updates, and it's kind of hard to guarantee that a device is actually going to get that update unless Google marks it as high priority, which I doubt they would.
Yeah.
Although it is still early enough in the Android 13 lifecycle that if Google released a security update for this before, let's say, November, it'd make it into every Android 13 device.
Yeah, almost everyone's still just working on integrating it and hasn't actually shipped updates to phones yet.
Yeah, like Samsung's going to take a while.
Yeah.
And they're only on their flagship S22 and S21 with the beta.
Now, with all this said, I think it's also important to note, and it's just comical, it has to be said, they didn't fix this for months after it was reported.
Yep.
So are they really going to try that hard to fix it now that they've shipped a thing and would have to go through extraordinary circumstances to repair it live?
Well, I did get the attention of someone at Google, so it's possible. But I don't know. I'm hoping they're going to fix it, because right now I just can't update my app properly. So it would be nice if they could maybe fix it.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, it is kind of funny, because when fabricated overlays came out in Android 12, I found a way around the root permission requirement to actually apply your own. And it's because they didn't actually do any permission checking in the system. They only checked to see if you were a root user through the shell command. And there was just a quick filter line before that. And like if you weren't a root user in the shell command, it would just error out. But if you were a root user, it would just call the API normally. And the actual system API had no checks to make sure that you were a system user or a root user. Being the shell user was perfectly fine. So if you just ran your app as a shell user, like using Shizuku or something, or your own Java process thing, you could install your own custom fabricated overlays. And apparently, when I released that, Google's like, oh my god, this is a high priority security issue, and they fixed it in a month. I don't know why that was a high priority security issue. All you could do was change colors and booleans, but that was interesting.
Hey, remember when there was a specific tone in a song that was crashing phones, or you could send a single byte of data to cause a bunch of phones to brick. It's amazing what weird little things can be security issues. Maybe your ability to change colors. That you never know. Maybe this was a way to hack into the secure element.
Sure.
Sure. Okay.
I'm kind of sad that they shut that down because it was nice to be able to choose your own color for Material You and not rely on whatever it thinks your wallpaper looks like.
Yeah, which I'm sorry, I don't like Material You at all. I'm just so much not a fan
I like
of it.
that we finally have some option to change our accent color standard in Android.
Yes.
But I don't like the AOSP version where it's whatever Google thinks you like. I'm glad that in Android 13, Samsung actually gives you like a limited color palette, but still a color palette to let you change the color to what you want. And actually, it's funny, Samsung has its own Material You API that does create a fabricated overlay, but it's missing the permission check before it clears the caller identity. So as long as you're a shell user, you can call Samsung's API. You just have to reboot afterward to make it apply. And they still haven't fixed that.
Jeez. Okay, so I haven't done a ton with Android development in a while, but it is really funny to me how much this just reminds me of the same level of ridiculous crap that I went through when I was doing it all the time. This brings me back to there was a point in history where the SQLite APIs were not implemented the same across different OEMs. Like you could actually run some code on an HTC phone and a Samsung phone, and it would, if I remember, HTC had a crashing bug in its code, which your app would just completely crash because of a perfectly accurate, correct line of SQL. And Samsung's implemented it wrong. So it was, I think it was doing something like screwing up the table keys or something like that. And then you got technically correct behavior on a Pixel or on a Nexus phone, but it was just janky and like it was slow or something. I don't remember, but somehow everyone had different implementations of this. And why? It's SQLite. There's no reason this should be implemented differently across phones.
We've definitely come a long way since then. You really have to start running into niche and hidden APIs to hit consistency issues. Although I don't know how this is happening, but Oppo is just completely getting around CTS by disabling all their stupid CTS breaking features if a Google signed CTS APK is installed on the device. So it doesn't completely fix everything, but if you install a CTS app on a ColorOS or Realme UI phone, it disables a whole lot of the annoying, like, oh, wait 10 seconds while we virus scan this APK. It's kind of funny. Although it is still broken because you just straight up can't install a test APK on ColorOS, and it's been an issue for years now, where it just ignores the -T flag and errors out saying install failed, test only, no matter what you do. So you can only install release APKs on most variants of Realme UI and ColorOS. It's great.
Oh, that's wonderful. What the hell? OEMs are so bad. They're all so bad at this. Like, they're ridiculously terrible. I don't get it. How do they do this so colossally wrong? Oh boy.
It's great. It's fine.
Okay, so I know I said one last thing, but I just have to put this out there. I have to because honestly I forgot to mention it earlier. Under display fingerprint reader. Thoughts?
Oh god.
Do you want to? I'm kind of joking, but
I mean, like, I do not agree with Joe at all, but I can understand that there is a very big possibility that these fingerprint scanners just don't work for everyone. Because, like, I have trouble with the capacitive sensors, actually, sometimes. Like, a couple times they'll take a few scans to actually get my finger.
okay.
It's not as bad as Joe's experience with under display.
Yeah.
But for me, the in-display was just like, okay, now it's on the front again.
Okay, so for everyone here that doesn't know what we're talking about, I'm not going to call it out directly, but there's an editorial out there basically saying under display fingerprint readers were a mistake, or rather a failure, and they should just be ignored and we should move on. And presumably, does he basically say at the end that it should be capacitive fingerprint readers and Face ID only, or does he pick one that he thinks should be the sticking point? I honestly didn't.
I don't know. I didn't read the editorial. I just talked to him in Discord.
None of us care enough to read this thing. Well, honestly, the title's bad enough. But anyway, yeah, our opinions, because we've kind of batted this around, are that under display fingerprint readers may not be perfect, and they may not be as good as capacitive. At least, in my opinion, they're not as good as capacitive. But you know, they're pretty decent. They're close enough to be viable in most cases, in most recent cases. And you know, I think we both just generally hate Face ID kind of stuff.
Yeah, I don't think Face ID is the better thing.
And don't get me wrong, I'm 100% in favor of having multiple options. Like, I love the idea of a user having the choice if they want to use Face ID, great, or Face Unlock, whichever. Fantastic. If a phone can have a fingerprint reader and Face Unlock, cheers. This is the dream. Give us both. Let users decide. And, you know, that can be down to the OEM. If an OEM says we only want to give you one, okay, cheers. That's great. I don't like the notion of encouraging against the existence of an option, especially when an option has proven to not be that bad in at least some cases. I look at an S22 and I know some people aren't the biggest fans of it, but I think it unlocks pretty damn fast.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't have problems with the in-display fingerprint reader at all. Even on the 6A, which is optical, like, it's a little bit slower than the S22 Ultra, but it's still just for my perception, it's just as fast as the capacitive reader on my A32, on my Rebel 6, on my Nord N200, on one of the other my Poco F3, one of the other many phones I have with side power button readers. In my experience, it's just as fast as those, just as reliable.
See, now, side power button is the one thing I am against, because it's not that I've used a lot of them, but I've used a couple and I've hated every one that had it. Likewise, I did not like Samsung's fingerprint reader in the pill. That was better than side mounted. I don't think it's good enough, but it was better.
In the pill, the one where you had to swipe and it never worked?
No. The swipe was a disaster. That one was just so bad, but that was...
Okay, good. Because I had the Note 4 and the Tab S2, and it just didn't work.
It worked for me, but I didn't use it.
It was so unreliable, even on the Note 4. And on the Tab S2, because it wasn't 360 degree, so you had to
Right. It had to be in
twist your thumb
orientation
around to
registered.
scan it at the right orientation on a tablet, which is supposed to be oriented in any random direction.
Yeah. No, I had it on the Note 4, and if I remember, I just didn't use it or something. I don't remember for sure. Maybe I did use it, but I didn't use it often. It's hard to recall. I also had the Note 5, which was just... Look, it had its problems. Honestly, the Note 4 had a lot of problems because of their terrible software update. They released a software update that basically made
Oh
that phone
yeah, the
unusable.
5.0 update. When I was on KitKat, everything was fine. 3-day battery life even.
Yep.
I didn't use my phone as much.
Yeah.
And then when the Lollipop update came around, it literally killed my battery. My battery would not last for more than an hour. I had to get a new one.
Well, I remember having the classic, you unlock the phone, and it's trying to unlock, and it would just sit there for so long that it finally timed out and relocked itself.
I don't know if I had that.
Oh, it got so slow it was unusable. Like absurd levels of unusable. Fortunately, I had the Note 5 by then, so I was using that as my primary phone. But it just infuriated me so much that Samsung basically bricked their old phone. Clearly kind of pushing people to go buy the next.
Well, I don't think it was necessarily intentional. From what I know, Lollipop was kind of a disastrous update all around.
It was, but they could have done more. And they did eventually release an update that was still on Lollipop. It just took them like 8 months to do it. But they did eventually release...
was the rare 0.1 release of non-Google manufacturers. We got 5.1.1.
But yeah, they released that,
it took Verizon
so much.
So long to release it. I remember being really annoyed at Verizon because AT&T, T-Mobile, and Sprint had all come out with the 5.1 update. Mm-hmm. And Verizon was still like, oh, no, you don't need it. You're good on 5.0, destroying all of your batteries.
Oh, God. Yeah, so anyway, fingerprint reader on the 4, I don't really remember too well. I remember on the 5 it was good. It was still a pill-shaped reader, so I wasn't in love with it. You still had to be kind of precise, but it was useful. Without question, the round fingerprint reader on the back of phones was the win. This was a great solution. The round fingerprint reader on the front of an iPhone. Okay, that took some space away from the screen, and yes, people have pretty much crowded around the idea that they want all of that space. Okay, fine, I get this. But these were the best fingerprint readers in history. I will hold to that.
I'm still not convinced on the rear placement. Like, I thought I liked it when I had the LG V20, but then when I got and it was kind of nice on the Note 9 still, but I am much more likely to have my phone on the table or something.
I was gonna ask you that. Yeah.
Than in my pocket, and if it's in my pocket, I can just pull it out with my thumb on the screen, which is to me just as easy as putting my pointer in the little divot on the back for a rear fingerprint reader. So for me, I like the front-facing thing, which is why under display is kind of nice for me, because it means you don't have to have a cheap phone with giant bezels.
Well, and you don't have to pick up the phone in order to get to the fingerprint reader. And
you just put your thumb down on the display.
And this is why I've said a few times I really want both. Because I very much like having the divot in the back. Very notably, well, okay, I guess I should ask you this. You put cases on all your phones, right?
Yeah, at least the ones
you're
kind of gotten lazy and dropped back to just transparent silicone cases. But
I hate those, but I get it. Okay, here's the thing. No matter what case I've ever had, I feel like they're still not necessarily always the easiest to grip from every orientation, every position, whatever. When I'm pulling the phone out, there are times that I just appreciate having the divot right there. I can easily reach into a pocket, grab it by that. This isn't just a place that is an easy indicator for where my finger goes. It's actually kind of a grip that makes it a little bit more secure than it would have been otherwise to pull it out of my pocket and have a good grip on it. And it's not like this is a big problem, but it's that extra like 3% more guarantee you have a perfect grip on your phone, and I like that.
Yeah, I mean, I never really felt like I didn't have enough grip on my phone, because like if it's the soft plastic silicone TPU whatever,
this isn't
silicone.
No
it's
kidding.
TPU. It's the semi hard.
Yeah, I get
the semi erect. That like it's very grippy. It almost sticks to stuff. Like it's just short of adhering.
That's part of what I actually hate about those, because they love to grab lint and stuff like that out of your pocket. So yeah, and that's a big part of it too. Is it comes from, I would typically always have my phone with me, and yeah, sometimes I would set it on a table, but I was going out with friends a lot, hanging out at bars, stuff like that. You don't want to really set your phone on a table, for not even as like a theft issue. It's more of a, you don't want your phone to sit in whatever may be on that table. Like, you feel cringy enough about leaving your arms resting on the table.
I don't know what joints you're going to.
They're not great. Anyway. So yeah, I still like leaving my phone in my pocket as much as I can. Which again, also, this is a big reason why I like having a watch. Smartwatches were great because I could leave my phone in my pocket and only pull it out if I actually need to, because I just look at my wrist to see what just happened. So this combination of things was perfect for me, and the places I went, the things I was doing, it made a lot of sense. Take it easy, Austin. Yeah. The RambleCast finally beat you. I've done rambles this long. Not many, like once or twice, but still. And yeah, we're wrapping up in a minute, but I personally think the ideal for me is a fingerprint reader on the back, because it stays out of the way, it's reliable, I can put a case on it and feel my way to unlocking the phone. I love having a fingerprint reader on the front too, in the screen, because I think that's convenient for times when it just wants to sit on a table, or maybe you want a good visual indicator of what you're doing, I guess. I don't know if that makes sense. Or just for being able to register multiple fingers. I love the idea of having both. I don't personally like face unlock, but I want it there for people who do want it. I'm against the notion of someone saying it's not flawless, therefore it shouldn't exist.
Yeah, that's an annoying thing of human psychology. It's like, LED traffic lights are bad because in some places in the world it snows and they don't get as hot as incandescent lights, so sometimes the snow might build up, but let's ignore the heated LED lights that still use less energy.
Yeah. Or I don't know, I don't have any great examples jumping to mind, but this is the whole thing. User choice is good, generally speaking, within reason. And not only that, but the technology is going to improve more. Ultrasonic sensors are just going to keep getting better. Optical sensors, frankly, are going to get better. I don't think they're going to get good enough, but they'll be decent. It would have been fantastic if maybe Google had used a better fingerprint sensor for the for the Pixel 6 Pro, or Pixel 6. But hey, these are things. They will, in a few years, I think anyone who looks back on the in-display readers of today, they're going to point to them and say, oh yeah, you know, they were okay, but they weren't really good enough. Now we have them and they're great. Like, there's no objection. I think we're 2 to 4 years away from that.
Hopefully they don't just give up on it and everyone has to prick their finger for a DNA scan or something.
I mean, I think there are people who could be into that. And
I think it's less secure than camera-based face unlock.
Honestly, it still bugs me how insecure that is. I know everyone keeps talking up depth maps and all this other... seriously, people have broken it within days of these phones coming out. It's not like it's that secure. It's harder to beat, but...
It's still a 2D image.
Yeah, basically.
Face ID is really the only secure thing, because really, unless they have like mask mode enabled, you need to have multiple angles of their face stitched together.
Yeah, it's still possible to cheat that. A few people have definitely done it. I don't think it's something that's necessarily easy to do, at least not from what I read about it, but a few people have accomplished it, so it can be broken, but at this stage it's hard enough to do that you're on par with, like, just straight up cracking passwords, patterns, anything like that. Like, it's the same level of difficulty where you need to actually really be organized in order to beat it.
Yeah, I remember back when, I think it was with the Note 4 still, it might have been the Droid Razr M, when they were doing official face recognition before they removed it, because it was so bad. My mom could unlock my phone with face recognition, with it trained for me.
Well, that reminds me of all the stories about people using OnePlus, or like I think it was their first in-display fingerprint reader. You could use literally any fingerprint sometimes.
The 6T's fingerprint reader was not good. I don't think I ever ran into issues where it would accept different fingerprint, but it was always super unreliable and very slow.
Yeah. And the Rebel 6 Pro that I'm reviewing, the side mounted, that is a problem it has now. Like, half the time when I try it, it just fails. Also, almost all the time I try it, I get the pattern required just for additional security. Like, no reason, it just decided it's going to be more... It's going to demand more security.
Has it been 24 hours since you last used it?
The last time I used it was literally right before starting the stream. I unlocked it, checked something, and then promptly turned it off. Or not turned off the phone, but I just popped off the screen and sat it down. And it has sat here since. Which I also have...
This is the same.
I also have Smart Lock turned on. And it is geofenced to this house.
Location-based smart lock never works.
It is so terrible. It really is. But yeah,
it takes like a week to even kick in.
Actually, the funny thing is, it worked almost immediately for me when I first set it up, and then it's basically stopped working about a week after. So maybe it kicked in all the wrong ways. Love that. But yeah, well, I can't tell you how many times I set my thumb on this thing, and my pointer finger, which is also registered, basically never works. My thumb works, I'd say 40% of the time. But if it doesn't...
I think the issue is that it's not a 360-degree scanner.
Oh, it's an awful scanner.
So your angle has to be correct.
Yeah.
Or at least somewhat okay.
Well, no, I've tested it at a couple of different angles, like not like so I tested it in this or I registered it in this orientation, like straight up and down on the thumb, and I'm doing this at such a weird angle. I literally just did this and it worked. Okay, now it's not working. Yeah.
I'm testing with the Revel 6 and it is working on different angles, so I guess it is 360.
Yeah, okay.
It's just
I have to hold.
unreliable.
I can't do it where I'm holding it straight to the camera, but yeah, if I even upside down is working. So, and right now it's actually working pretty
it's
well.
The same vibration for recognized and not recognized.
Yeah, that bugs me.
It doesn't tell you anything.
Yeah, why would they do that? There's so many decisions with this phone that bug me.
Yeah, like you can't use the power button to show the power off menu.
Oh yeah.
All you can do is make it so it doesn't open Assistant.
Yes. Oh yeah. Well, that's
Can't switch it.
yeah, but that's something that's happening in more phones anyway, which makes me mad.
Google, the Pixel defaults to opening Assistant with the power button.
Yeah, at least you
pretty
can
sure.
switch it back.
But
to
you can
same.
switch it. This one, you just have to press power and volume up.
Yeah, I don't like it at
It's
all.
weird.
Well, that detail. There's a lot of software issues that are just pointless decisions they made here because the phone otherwise, like, honestly, if you don't know down to the very nitpickiest details, the differences between, or like the details of the Pixel launcher, honestly, you could put this in front of somebody, just don't let them know, just tell them it's the Pixel launcher. Most people will have no idea. Even
Yeah, this phone looks. The software is very pixely.
yeah.
At a pixel-like.
Even I think most of the icons are even identical.
Well, that's more of a.
I know like it's included in AOSP. You can just use these icons, but
They're not all of them.
Yeah.
The camera app from AOSP is still from Android 6.
oh yeah, I'm not talking about that. I was thinking like status bar icons and stuff like that. But
Oh yeah, those are included.
yeah, app icons are.
I
some
was
different.
surprised at how, for the most part, nice the user experience is on this because it's surprisingly fast
Yeah, it really is.
for a Dimensity 700 and 4 gigs of RAM, and it's Android 12 on a 2022 phone.
Mm-hmm.
Perfectly fine. It's the July security patch, way ahead of what you'd expect for some random $160,
Yeah.
$200 phone.
Yeah, it's honestly like this is such a good bargain. It is an incredible bargain. It's not a great phone per se. Like if I am choosing a phone to get, I won't be choosing this one, but like for so many people, this is exactly like if they're saying that they can't afford an expensive phone and like mid-range might be a little iffy for them, I would have zero qualms telling them to get this phone. I'll just tell them, sorry, don't expect to use a fingerprint reader. That's the only thing I'm going to tell them to avoid. Oh, and don't take video. Have you taken video with this?
Very grainy.
It's bad.
Oh. It lags.
As you take it, yeah, it lags a little bit. But you'll just get really weird jankiness to the video. You'll have to watch it. Especially if you like go outside and take video of any motion, anything that's moving. You'll see what I mean. It shows up more in the background than what you're necessarily focused on, though what you're focused on will also look weird. It's just bad. It's really bad. The photos seem okay. I'm actually pretty happy with the photos for what it is. The video just sucks.
That's fine. You can always use a different app. It's not like they're doing any special processing that needs a Camera X API or something.
Yeah, and I haven't tested other apps yet. I'm going to, and it was kind of an oversight that I didn't. But I don't think that's the issue. I think it is actually their internal processing that might be janking up the video. I think they just don't have enough throughput to handle 4K 30.
We're trying to film 4K 30.
Hells yes.
Who's got a crackly mic?
Oh, I bet it's you. It's
Oh,
yeah, okay.
why am I?
Well, no, this is the thing Jitsi does. If you just refresh Jitsi, then it'll fix it. It's really dumb.
Well, maybe we should take this as a cue that we're done.
Yes, I was just gonna say the same thing. We've gone incredibly long. I would say this is the perfect time to call it. So, Zach, thanks for joining in. I imagine we'll be doing this again.
This was fun ranting.
Yes. Hey, that
to an audience of 4.
Hey, we were up to 7 for a while, though one of those was probably you, but still. Yeah. So, yeah, usually every week on Wednesdays. And yeah, this is the same ranting that we normally do, just in private.
Does the Jitsi link stay the same?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm replacing you, Corbin. I'm stealing your spot on this podcast, just like Tool stole your podcast.
Oh, that's a joke that will never go away. Mostly because it's not really a joke, but it wasn't entirely his fault. Entirely.
No.
Okay, anyway. So, Zach, thanks for coming by. Let's see. Thanks to everyone else for coming by, being part of the conversation, chatting with us. As usual, if you're not already one of the members who supports the channel, if you'd like to do so, there are links down below to Patreon, Cash App, and Streamlabs. I'm just realizing it's been like 2 or 3 weeks since I've done a RambleCast, so I'm totally off on even my outros. And yeah, okay, I don't even remember what else I'm gonna say. So with that, good night, everybody. I hope this weekend, quick thing, game streams this weekend. Not a chance on Saturday. It's 101 degrees. I'm telling you now, I cannot stream on Saturday. Sunday is much cooler, but it's iffy because the night before is super hot. So yeah, just no promises is what I'm saying. I will let you know come Sunday if there will be a game stream. If so, I'll say so in the channel. Otherwise, yeah, sorry. Probably, I'm guessing it's probably unlikely. But with that, good night, everybody.
You don't know these streets like we do.